certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm me, obviously. I'm Aaron, and back from, we're going to get cute with this. We're going to get millennial. Back from a daddy day. Johnny's back. Welcome, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad. Remember to turn up your shit because apparently mine is different than yours.
All right, there we go.
It's probably just your mic EQ on yours because that's what you go through, and my computer connect.
It's
EQ.
probably that. Yeah,
Most likely what it is. But I hope you had a nice little day yesterday. Now you didn't do an afternoon show yesterday, or at least the last time I heard from you.
Fucking Sunday night. I ended up horking a couple of times, and
You ended up what?
Throwing up. Horking, whatever you
Oh,
want.
horkin'.
Horking.
I thought you said porkin'. I'm like, that's
Right,
I would
that's what I
would
thought.
think that's sex.
That would be No, that would have been nice. No,
Yeah.
I ended up getting sick.
Imagine you get sick and you just start banging.
That would be the best illness.
Like
ever.
what kind? Well, that's called AIDS. No, that's reverse order.
No. That's where you're just banging and then you get sick.
Then you get sick. You know, and that's really your grandmother and your mother's fault because they never said, "Hey, you keep ramming that thing into guys' assholes, you're gonna get sick. You're gonna catch cold."
I was told about how to avoid blindness, but not AIDS. Thanks, Mom.
Right. My mom was full of shit. You could attack that thing from sun up to sundown. It's 20/20 vision. But you invade a few buttholes at a theater. All of a sudden, you can't even hold down a cold anymore. The hell? Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for teaching us the ins and outs of life. Appreciate it. No, but you did not, to be clear, you did not get AIDS. Well, I guess you wouldn't know.
Not that I know of, yes. I don't have AIDS from what I understand.
Yeah, you don't know if you have it. I mean, you could.
It's just really fucked up AIDS. It's not MS. That's what it is.
This whole time.
This whole time.
And,
I would have just learned to not be gay.
Yeah, it's a lesson that many refuse to learn. No matter how many signs the Almighty sends us that it's not the way He wants things to be. We just
kind of put it in plain English in the book.
I know He told you, but
what are you gonna do?
Made the movie Red State. Tried to teach you again for a new generation, and what do you know? Just stinky dicks from sea to shining sea. Do you think we have the highest percentage of gay people?
I'd like to say no. I'm sure there's somewhere that's way more accepting of them that they gather in larger numbers.
Highest percentage of LGBTQ in the world. That's what. Wouldn't it be funny if it was a Muslim country?
Yes, Iraq. Wow.
Wow, I did not expect Iran to have the most homosexuals in it. The Philippines, Israel, and the United States. That makes sense in the Philippines, though, because a lot of the girls look like little boys.
Yep.
So
It's kind of creepy.
You could just be gay by mistake and then just go, fuck it, whatever. You know? Yep. Philippines, Israel. I think they do that as a fuck you to the Muslims, though. Like Hamas tries to kill as many of them as possible. Like Hamas clearly not into the gay things. The Israelis are like, let's do it.
Yeah, but I thought the isn't the Israeli isn't the Jewish faith not, I don't know, does it have a stance on homosexuality?
You would think that they would not be okay with it, but whatever. I mean, I think in Israel, I don't know if it's homosexuality. The only thing I've read about the gay community in Israel is that they don't call it top and bottoms.
Oh.
They call it IDF and Palestinians. They call it settler and occupied territory.
Oh, no.
Philippines, Israel, and the United States each had 11% of adults identify as LGBTQ+ in a 2023-2024 survey. So it goes Philippines, Israel, and United States all tied at 11%. Thailand and Canada at 10%. Sweden, Brazil, and Australia at 9%. You know what? All those countries kind of check out, except for the Philippines and Thailand kind of surprises me. Well, no, aren't those places of deviancy? I'm not saying you have to be, wow. I'm really like effortlessly, I'm effortlessly turning into an old man.
Aren't those places of deviancy where they all gather and do that weird stuff? They smoke on that devil's lettuce and they start touching each other's butts? I'm
just sitting here and I'm going, yeah, homosexuality. Well, they allow that kind of deviancy. That Jesus Christ, man. Tomorrow I'm going to do the show as John Lithgow from Footloose. Holy shit. That just kind of came out too. I meant that shit. I can sit here and I can go, I apologize. I feel bad, but it was effortless. I mean, it just came out of my head and out of my heart. And that's what I've been told you should always speak from. Mussolini Diff starting things off this morning says, praying it away works, Johnny. It worked for Milo. Yeah, Milo prayed his gay away, became Catholic. First time I've ever heard of someone becoming Catholic to stop being gay.
Right? Normally it's where it starts.
Yeah. Usually that's the, where the
first
rubber
knock on the butthole.
Rubber meets the hole, Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, I talk shit about him, but I'm glad Johnny is back. Wow, what a nice way to give someone a compliment. Aaron needs someone worse in every way than him to look good by contrast.
Oh, he's calling me your proverbial fat chick. That's nice.
That's what he's saying. He's saying, like, when we go out, I bring you, so the guys, so I'm the milkshake with the boys in the yard. That's what it is. All right. Well, I tell you what, you got, so it's Israel, Philippines, and us. We're the gayest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least America can still be number one in something. We're number one in number two. Congratulations. You see, Johnny, that means the butthole.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick that up.
Just
I wasn't smelling what you were selling.
Well, I'm a subtle artist. That's the thing. All right, we got some things to tell you guys about today. So I've made two executive decisions on today's show. I was, as a chief executive of Steel Toe Media, I am brought ideas, I am brought concepts, and I'm the one who has to decide whether or not those ideas and concepts are worth looking into. Johnny sent me something yesterday. It was a song and a music video that Johnny made, correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny, using artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally an AI thing.
Okay.
I was screwing around with it. It started a thing, and it just became a snowball that I just kept playing with.
So Johnny made an AI song and also an AI video. And
the video I edited together.
Oh, you did the video yourself?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well, I mean, the clips were provided by other people. The clips were from people's shows with the exception of one person. I did use the Baldonaut is the clipper's name, because one of the videos that I wanted to get clips from was just too long with pauses. And so I found one without any pauses and without any, like, voiceover content, and I was like, perfect, and I used that one.
What's the person's name?
I think it's called the Baldonaut.
I've never heard of the Baldonaut.
Well, his icon's on every clip of his that's in my show, or in my thing. It's in the bottom corner. It's just a little.
It's amazing how many people watch this stuff and they just go, you know what's a good use of my day? I'm gonna clip these guys.
Right?
I mean, God bless, because I ain't doing it. You know,
like I said, I dug through yours and other people's content for the stuff that I put up there. Other than that one person. But yeah, it just was the thing with that one. I was like, no, I'm not ferreting through this with that many pauses. So
of any show I've ever seen, this is the only one worth watching. So I can't imagine clipping other ones. Fuck you, dude. Becoming a member for 28 months says Johnny's back. Oh, Aaron's here too. Thank you.
Yep.
So 325 is our number today, and here's what we're gonna do. Once that 325 gets hit, now, number one, everybody rally up, drop us under 300 by the top of the hour. In fact, do it right now. Sales is about creating urgency. And a lot of times I go, we got till 7. We don't have till 7. We have until, this is a minute-by-minute operation. So let's drop it under 300 right now, and let's stay ahead for the day. But the instant that we hit the goal, meaning the minute it crosses 0, we're going to world premiere this Johnny AI song and video. And the other executive decision I made on this video is that I am not going to watch it beforehand.
Oh.
Nope.
Well, that's the only thing I'll say about that is that any criticisms you have is like, well, we could have fixed that.
No criticisms. I'm going to watch it through, and I'm going to basically, like one of my idols, I'm going to Larry King it. Larry King once said he never watches movies or reads books before interviews. He wants to ask the person about it as though he's one of the viewers.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to be that conduit. So that's what we're doing today. If we go out and we knock out that 320, or the instant we knock out that 325, we will world premiere Johnny's new song and his new video called In the Arms of the Toe. Did I get that right?
Yes, that's actually right.
In the Arms of the Toe. 325 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, those are my 3 favorites. You know that. They don't take a piece. YouTube takes a piece. Rumble takes a piece. But whichever way donating to this show works for you, go ahead and do it. The top 4 is easily accessible. The top parts are a little, we're a little top heavy. It's true. But as you can see right now, it is now the WHMH 101.7 board. Why? Because we put the naming rights to the board up for sale yesterday. After our deal with Jeremy works out, it's going to be either a weekly or a monthly sponsorship. We're either going to give it to the top leaderboard, the top tonator, every week, or we're going to sell it for $100 for a month. Jeremy, I made way too good of a deal for. I spoke right out of my ass right away. Someone asked me, how much would it cost to put my name on the top donations board? And I just blurted out a price and blurted out an amount of time, and I just went with that. Because whenever someone asks me that, I always answer with what I'm comfortable getting, not what I could get.
Right. Yeah. No, I did the same thing with the studio naming thing.
Yeah.
First month I did it, and they're like, well, how much to have my name as the studio sponsor? And I was like, I don't know. And then I listed out a price, and someone's like, done. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah. You know what they call that?
What?
Being bad at business.
Right? The second month I put it up for auction. Way better. Better.
And that's why we're still here. Just scraping along, is because just really bad.
Guess who paid all his bills today?
So the WHMH 101.7 top donations board looks like this. Neil coming in with 125 last night. He's on top. Jeremy with 100 yesterday morning. He's in second. Yags is back. Good to see Yags again. Not that he went anywhere, but he's up on the board at $50. And Mussolini Diff, who's now at $32, came in this morning at $30. Mussolini Diff is in fourth. And then a shitload, Gray Duckling at 22, and then a shitload of people. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Jasper is at 30. He's in fifth place. Then you got Gray Duckling at 22, then a shitload of people at $20. and then a bunch at 5 as well. So throw a couple of bucks our way. This show, of course, when this show is running through and it's hitting and it's firing goal-wise and we're on pace, nobody better. Nothing good comes of us falling behind on said goal. So be generous. Really, it just takes $5 at a time from all of you. We'd be done in no time. So throw in a couple of bucks to the toe. We do appreciate it. Hey, Johnny, I was going through my sent emails yesterday because I'm like, I've got to have this shit on record somewhere. And I was just wondering because I talked to a couple radio people Sunday and yesterday. I had some conversations, and I was like, we were talking shop, we were talking business, and it's no secret that since we've left radio, I've missed it. We had some incredible times and some incredible numbers, and it's always nicer when someone else is paying the bill.
Yeah.
It's always nicer when someone else is in charge and you just get to do your show. That's why I like days where the goal's knocked out easy, because then I'm like, you know what? I'm just a broadcaster now.
We're just doing the show.
I'm just doing a show. I'm not a salesman or anything like that. But yesterday, I went in my email. I don't know why I didn't do this a long time ago. And Johnny, what do those look like?
Those look like rating numbers.
I found the Nielsen ratings from the last book. These came out on, this would have been August of 2020. So this was a few months before we took our unexpected hiatus that we're still on. That's what we'll call it. It's a 4-year unexpected hiatus. That's where we are. So I found the numbers, and I have to admit to everyone, I lied.
You lied?
Remember when I said that our men 18 to 34 numbers were like a 25 share?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wrong, and we'll see that in a little while. We're not going to get to men 18 to 34 for a minute here, but I was wrong. And I need to apologize to this audience. I'm sure there's a lot of people who appreciate that honesty, but I got the numbers wrong. It was not a 25 share. Men 18 to 34. It was a 24.4 share, adults 18 to 34. That's including women. I'm sorry about that. So there you go. There's Steel Toe on top. Now, if you look at the metrics here, it's adults 18 to 34, Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m. We had about 3 times the average rating of the people in second place, about 3 times the average person's, and the average share was almost 3 times what the people in second were. It was murder. It wasn't close. It was destruction on a grand scale. And then check out that weekly time spent listening number, Johnny. This is how long or how much the average listener listens in a week. 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, the average Steel Toe listener listened for 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, boy.
That's over an hour and 20 minutes a day.
Yeah.
That's bananas. The next one on the list, KCLD, an hour 30. So our average listener listened as long in a day as our closest competitors' listeners listened in a week. It's insanity.
Okay.
It's insanity. But it doesn't stop there. You go adults 18 to 49, the key demo, as they call it, doubled up on KCLD in the average rating and doubled up on KCLD in average share as well. We did a 14.3 to their 7.1. These numbers are simply not seen anymore. These are Howard Stern-like numbers. These are truly dominant. 5 hours, adults 18 to 49. These are people with shit to do. And they're listening
these are people that are literally doing shit most of the time during the show.
These are
working.
And they're listening an hour a day. Unbelievable. Then you go down to adults 18 plus. That's everybody, all the way up to the people who are 160 years old right now still collecting Social Security checks. They're included on this list. And there's the toe. An 8.2 share. Even the old fuckers listening for an hour a day. Men love you. Women love you. Old people love you. Now, here's where I got it wrong, Johnny. Here's where I lied to the audience, and I really apologize. I'm really sorry that I lied to this audience. Men 18 to 34, I said we had a 25 share, remember?
Yeah.
I was wrong. We had a 35 share. that means of all the radios that were turned on in our marketplace, of men 18 to 34, 35% of them were tuned into our program. Now, look at all these options they had. Look at all those options. These are all the other stations that got rated. These aren't even all the other stations in town. These are just the ones that got rated. And we had over a third. And by the way, numbers that would still be holding up today. Men 18 to 49, not too shabby there either. A 20.7 share, about 4 times higher than the next guy. 6-hour time spent listening. I mean, it was just, when I say we were murdering, we were murdering. It's possible we were committing actual murder at the time. And here's why I brought it up, for a couple reasons, because I've mentioned it on the show many times before.
Right.
And I finally found them. I didn't know where they were. I couldn't find them.
Plus, how long do you have to wait for the ratings to come out and pass before you can just like openly share?
You're not supposed to do that. What I just did there, you're not supposed to. That's supposed to only be for your eyes and advertisers. That's it. But this
is from years ago.
Yeah, I can do it now. I mean, well, and also, if you're not a Nielsen, you have to be a Nielsen subscriber to get those. Right. And I was a Nielsen subscriber then. I'm not now, so it's not like there's anything they can do. Like, even they wouldn't give a shit if you did tell them, but even if you did, they'd be like, well, we're not going to let you have them anymore. It's like, well, I don't get them. Anyway, what are you going to do? But I bring that up to bring this up, to be a little egotistical. If we went back tomorrow, by the end of the second book, I'd have those numbers back again. Easily. It wouldn't be close. I mean, it'd be...
Challenge accepted.
It would be right. Well, I'm talking to enough people now that I have to decide if I'm going to, pull some dirty tricks and pit one against the... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we do. But yeah, people who don't understand, people who are perpetually online and don't understand, and also they maybe didn't, do any competitive, even if it was chess, they didn't do baseball or chess, or they didn't do anything competitive in their life, they maybe don't understand what it's like to be that far ahead of everyone and then nobody ever beat you. Nobody ever beat you. You fucked it up yourself. And the desire to go, hey, nobody ever took that from me. I want to go get it back. That's a fun little ambitious exercise, if you will.
Yeah, but what do you do once you have it back? Do you just wait for someone to take it?
Do it in another market. Okay. Do it in 2 markets at once. It's like juggling. Once you got 2, you don't stop juggling.
Just keep adding balls.
That's what I would do. If I were back, I would just keep adding balls. That's been my MO from the very beginning. Just keep adding balls. And then when it all falls to the floor, you find the nicest ball and you start over with that one. I think that's how the metaphor works. Los Federales with $1 says, sorry, I'm late, boss. Johnny is pissed that you ripped his idea off by auctioning your donation board. So pissed that he flipped a Delta airplane in Minnesota. Had to calm him down before the show today. Now, first of all, the Delta plane was in Toronto. It was coming from Minnesota.
That's what he said. It says from Minnesota.
Oh, okay, yeah, it happened in Toronto, yeah. So Johnny Incredible Hulk the plane because he was so mad about the board. Well, I'm sad to say I did not steal the board idea. One of the fans yesterday came to me asking how much would it cost to do the board. And they weren't even the one who ended up doing it.
Yeah, and the show idea wasn't mine. It was someone again that asked about it, and Chad, or it might have even been, not actual Zumach. What's the fake account?
Boozamach.
Thank you. I couldn't remember, but yeah, Chad Boozamach was, I think, the one who said, "Yeah, dude, auction it off, whatever." And then, like I said, one person got it for the first month, and I was like, wow, that went in a blink of an eye. And then so to make up for a week where we had nothing, we auctioned it off. It freaking went out, and bam, it's great. That's what we do every month now.
Well, we'll see.
They get a big sponsorship on the screen.
We'll see how long Jeremy holds on to that board and when we can maybe give it away again. All right, guys, let's get into some things. Here's what I say. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. 325 is our number today. Let's get this thing done. Let's celebrate a good money day on Steel Toe. Now, yesterday, we did overtime. When I hit stop streaming, we were $7 short. And in came Chevmatic that afternoon with a whopping $10. Knocked out the morning, and then came Neil with a big 125 drop. Knocked out the evening. We had a perfect day yesterday. I want to keep that vibe going now. I can tell you this, I am better and more comfortable as a host when they come in early and often. You guys know us long enough now. We've been doing this long enough. You know you're getting a good show. You're getting entertainment. So cough up a couple of bucks, and let's make sure that that this show stays, the machine stays properly oiled, and that we can get this ugly, nasty, dirty, disgusting part of asking for money done right away. Let's just do it now. I would like to see in the first hour us make a dent. And then keep that up the rest of the day. So if you're feeling generous, if you love what we do, if you appreciate what we do, if you're a fan, if you like it, throw it in. Even if you hate my guts and you think I'm the worst guy in the world, throw in a couple bucks because it will go away if you hate for free. If you hate for free, you lose the thing that keeps you alive, and you don't want to do that. So a couple bucks, throw it in. Links are in the chat. Let's do it. Big rally, big win for the Toe today. 325 is the number. Set my mind at ease a little, and we'll be good. There is, I swear to God, I thought this story was one of those like Facebook headlines that where you click on it, it takes you to, no disrespect to Real Raw News.
But it takes you to Real Raw News.
It takes you to Real Raw News. And I thought this was, oh, God, they're just, this is just some bullshit story. But, now that, this is getting mainstream play. This is from Fox. Doge says it found nearly untraceable budget line item responsible for $4.7 trillion in payments. Meaning like untraceable, meaning we don't know where we just spent.
We just sent $4.7 trillion in money just out to somebody.
We just sent it out. I don't know to who. I hope it wasn't to George Soros. But the Treasury access symbols, when left blank, made it nearly impossible to trace the payments. So like, this shit isn't just like, it would be one thing if it was just unorganized and, the government was screwing up and wasting our money.
It's just a messy house, but it's literally dirty and corrupt.
It's all the way corrupt. Like, this is nefarious. This is is finding out S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. This is Captain America, the Winter Soldier. I've been watching so many Marvel movies, I have to admit it. We're going to talk a little bit about the new Captain America. I haven't seen it yet, but people are talking about it, and not in a nice way. I watched, I got to say, since I've been reviewing the Marvel movies, I watched Thor Ragnarok yesterday.
Not as good as you remember?
No. How did you know?
Because it was one of those where it was really nice in the moment. Thor Ragnarok was really, really good in the moment. But then when you look back on it, it's got a lot of zaniness. And you're like, oh, God, I can smell the beginning of fucking Love and Thunder coming.
The thing about Taika Waititi, and I love Jojo Rabbit's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
I love that movie. I think it's great. But the thing about Taika Waititi is if shit starts getting too deep, it's like you can sense him being uncomfortable. And he has to throw a joke in there. He has to
break the tension somehow.
Yeah, and it's always with a misplaced joke. Now, I didn't mind it in that movie.
Right.
I didn't. It was a bit much. Ed Goldblum fucking kills it in that flick. He's really, really good. But it just, there were some times where I went, okay, guys, got it. Like, I understand. We're trying to be funny here. Like Thor, it's too much because do you know what I watched before it and I shouldn't have? Because here's the deal. When it's this cold in Minnesota, if you don't have to go anywhere, you don't. You just don't go outside when it's this. Like right now, I have to tell everyone, quick breaking news, 20 below. 20 below.
Seems a bit much.
Oh, it's a lot. So you don't really go anywhere. So I watched Thor: The Dark World, and for the second time in my life, I tried to watch Thor: The Dark World. I fell asleep again. I couldn't help it. And then I watched Thor Ragnarok, and it's just too much of a shift. It's a different guy.
Yeah.
It's a different guy from one movie to the next. So and then I tried to watch Love and Thunder a while back, and it was fucking garbage. Like, it was really bad. It was just, everything was a wacky line. Everything was, yeah, we're going to go fight Christian Bale, and then, oh, wait, throw in some wackiness. Hated it. Loved, can I tell you this? Loved Christian Bale. You know, I saw Christian Bale in Love and Thunder the same way I saw Ben Kingsley in Iron Man 3. I was like, this really could have been something cool.
They really underutilized the tool they had in the box there.
Like, he's a guy who kills gods.
Right.
Like, that's his whole gimmick is fuck gods. Gods are gay. They killed my daughter. They took my daughter away from me. I'm just going to, he's God Slayer or whatever his name was. Mm-hmm. And then they get to the God planet, and there's Russell Crowe as Zeus. And I'm like, this could be fun. Russell Crowe as Zeus. This could be cool. He's like, orgies. You're not invited to the orgy. Oh, we have orgies. And I'm just like, all right.
Oh, no.
The Spicer planet, you know, that they went to. It disappointed the shit out of me. I'm finding out this time through the Marvel movies, I'm finding out how many movies are disappointing to me. Like Winter Soldier, not a bad flick, way too fucking long. It just keeps dragging on. It's unreal. Iron Man 3 could have been the most badass Iron Man they made.
Instead, they made it lame. They took one of the best villains they could have used against against Tony Stark and in the Marvel universe just going forward in general, and they got Ben Kingsley to play him, which in the beginning I was like, why Ben Kingsley? This doesn't make sense. He's not the right choice for the Mandarin at all. But then when I saw him playing it, I'm like, oh, that's great. And then when I saw the movie all the way to completion and he found out the character he played, I went, oh, well, fuck you people.
Yeah, I hated that too when he came out to be like the drugged out, drunk actor guy.
Just a junkie actor. It's like, oh, they hired me to do this. You have a beer. Like, oh, yeah. Fuck off.
Get it? We have Ben Kingsley and we're going to swerve you. It's like, this was the most badass thing Marvel's ever done. This was the coolest guy. Like the preacher tone and the right. accent and everything. And Ben Kingsley just crushing the shit out of it.
Right. And then turns out that was all a bunch of bullshit. Isn't that fun?
I had this analysis yesterday, and you weren't here, so I spoke for you. But I said, Johnny's into, like, the comic book aspect of a lot of this, you know, with Deadpool and stuff like that. I think for us noobs, us normal people, for lack of a better word, not comic book people, once you go multiverse, you kind of lose us because our brain goes, no multiverse. But comic book people love multiverse.
Well, that's because they're constantly raised on it. Their characters eventually you run out of road and it's like, well, what do? We've done everything with the character. Multiverse, let's just start over again or whatever, put a new twist on it or a new spin that gives us more room to do stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think the problem with the movies is there's, especially in the case of like the Thor ones, they kept switching who's directing them and all that stuff. It changes up the theme and the style of the movie way too much, so any audience you establish comes in going, oh, this doesn't feel like the character I fell in love with.
Right. You know what they should have done? They should have done what Star Wars did and get Rian Johnson to do a movie. That guy's good. They should have done it like they did The Last Jedi. You know that scene where Finn is driving towards that big turbine thing and he's going to crash into it and kill the Empire's big weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Or the First Order's big weapon, you know, and he flies this thing into that. That was actually the actor, John Boyega or whatever his name was. That was him doing an impression of Rian Johnson's attempt to destroy everything Star Wars. Unfortunately, there was no Asian lady at Lucasfilm to fucking sideswipe him and get him out of there. They let Rian Johnson crash that thing all the way in. Right.
Yeah.
And then they bring back J.J. Abrams, and you're like, can you save this piece of shit? And he's like, no, but I can bring back the Emperor. And I'm like, fuck it. Just do the goddamn thing. Thank you very much to Fuck You, Dude. Johnny, you ready for this one?
Yep.
Fuck You, Dude. And if it wasn't for his full name being right there in the display, I'd show it to you guys. But Fuck You, Dude, with $250.
No, you're serious?
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
He gets them all.
Let's do it for Johnny, man. We'll do it for Johnny.
Even mine.
We want the gold, sucker! Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga! And in my club, I will splash the pot whenever the fuck I please.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down long.
That's a good point.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the 250. You know what that means?
Oh, what? Where are we at?
That means we got $75 left.
Oh, right.
That means 75. You guys are where we need to be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
If we keep that momentum going, we'll just do a show the rest of the damn day. That'll be fun.
So here's what I say.
Perked up in my seat.
Here's what I say. Drop in that last 75. You're good. Otherwise, enjoy us not talking about money for the next 2.5 hours.
That'll be fun.
Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great to me. I hate talking about money.
The minute, I don't think people understand this about me. The minute that money comes in, this just feels like all my life is I'm doing a show.
Yep.
I'm just doing a show, rapping to the audience, throwing shit at them, seeing what sticks. I love this. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, fuck you, dude. You are instantly on top of the leaderboard, on top of the world. You know what else I love about this? I love that it makes some people yell fake, as though I would be this happy about it if it was just made up.
Guys, we're not making our bills, so I'm going to pretend I got a really big dono. Woo!
Yeah.
It's going to work out great.
I mean, when people project upon you their own psychological damage, it's like, no, sweetie, not everyone's like you. I'm sorry. So here we go. Let's go back to this Doge thing. I saw McBuster a little bit ago. He's like, hey, guys, crazy Doge fraud, crazy story that matters in the world. And he's like, oh, by the way, Ragnarok, Captain America, Thor, Post Malone. Where's my Adderall? You know, I haven't even had a lot of, I haven't drank a lot of the powder Celsius today either yet.
Oh, you use powdered Celsius now?
I'm trying. I went to Costco, and here's what I did. I looked at the 18-pack of Celsius cans. You know what I say? Hey, you know what I says to myself?
What's that?
I says to myself, I drink too many of those fucking things. But the powder packets have the same amount of caffeine, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't drink more than one of those a day.
Why? Because you got to mix them or what?
Yeah, fuck that. You know, I do this because I don't know, like if I did a show without these, would it be like the old days, like a year ago, where I could still totally function and whatever? Probably. I could probably still do it. But why leave it to chance? You know? Do you know why I started drinking these?
Why?
Because I would be in Spicer, and I would have to wake up at 4 in the morning. And I wouldn't get to bed till like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Right.
And I would wake up and just be beat to piss. And we'd be driving back home to do the show. And I'd buy 2 Celsius. And by the end of the show, I had 2 Celsius down, still exhausted by the time it was over. Because you're just not sleeping.
Right. Your body still needs you to take a nap.
And, you know, when you're not sleeping enough, Johnny, you make bad decisions.
Like what? Well, name one.
Oh, shit. I have to pick one?
Right. Let's just go with the funniest one.
None of them seem that funny anymore. You know what they all seem like?
What's that?
Cautionary tales. That's what they sound like.
Parables.
Learning.
The parables of steel toe.
The parable of steel toe. That's what it is. It's all, you know what it is now? It's all a folk song. That's.
Give me a couple weeks. I might be able to make that happen. At the bottom of this degeneracy lies a big, big man. All right, let's continue on. Thank you again. Thank you very much to Fuck You Dude for being such a goddamn gentleman. We appreciate that. You're the man. That put us 75 away. All right, so the Doge thing. This is going to be kind of heavy. The reason I'm nervous to start this one is because this sounds like a big deal, and I'm worried I'm going to fuck it up. Meaning, like,
I'm not going to understand how big of a deal it is, so I can't convey to my audience what a big deal this is, because I kind of see this show as the working man's conduit to what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to say some dumb shit. We're going to say some stuff that makes people chuckle. We're going to do all of that stuff. But ultimately, we are going to give people information in a way that they don't have to listen to fucking NPR, minus, the whole asking for money part. We should make tote bags.
Yeah, dude. We could totally get that going.
We should
tote
make
bags would be awesome.
I did make another win for the toe long sleeve shirts and T-shirts yesterday.
Nice.
So if you go on tinyurl.com/STMS merch, you will be able to get the new steel toe long sleeve or T-shirt, which is kind of nice. So as your conduit to this news, I want to make sure I do this right. And I see a thing like Doge finds $4.7 trillion in payments. And I go, wow, that's a huge number. I can really only fuck this up and not convey how big of a deal this is, because the shit they're finding, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll just give you my whole thoughts on the Doge thing that's going on right now. What they're finding already is way more than I thought they'd find at this point.
The figures are certainly a lot larger than I thought, but I'm not too surprised with, 4.7 trillion. How much have we sent to Ukraine last year? Like, when you see the stuff that you do see go out the door as much as often and as you do, are you surprised? You don't think they really spent $30,000 on a hammer, $20,000 on a toilet seat, do you?
I didn't know, because remember, our whole lives we'd been told when we're like, we should stop with all this foreign aid bullshit. We'd always been told we don't do that much foreign aid. We were told, it's only a few billion.
Tell that to the USAID office.
Right. That's what I mean, is like it got to USAID and all this other stuff. And I've been told my whole life, every time we go, hey, we should cut out all this foreign aid bullshit. And they're like, well, we don't do a lot of foreign aid. Then all of a sudden, Elon gets in there and he finds all this money in Doge. And he's like, oh, yeah, last year we gave this many billions to this many billion. And it's adding up to tens of, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in a year. And I'm like, wait a minute. They said we weren't spending this much money on foreign aid. I don't know why I'm surprised that bureaucrats lied to me. But every time Americans tried to go, hey, how about we keep a little something, for us, they would go, oh, it's not that much. You won't miss what we take. And then when we dig in, and then when we go, hey, can we see the numbers? And like, no, you don't need to. We got this. Don't worry. Just trust us.
The numbers are the numbers.
Exactly. MN Vikings with $4.99 says, will there still be money giving if you go back to radio? Will radio get a cut of the donations? Be nice not to have to listen about money. I agree with that. And no, if we went back, the kind of things that we're working out would be no. You could still do donations if you want to.
You kick in if you're like, oh, that bit was funny.
Yeah, and it would all go to us, but no, it wouldn't. We wouldn't need it, essentially. Not with what we're talking about and what we're working on. We'll see. We'll see where it all goes. So $4.7 trillion in payments, oftentimes left blank. So basically, the government takes your money, they spend it, and in the memo line, they just don't write anything.
What'd you spend it on? Who cares?
The Treasury Access Symbol, TAS, is an identification code linking a Treasury payment to a budget line item. Doge wrote in a post on X, in the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going. Now, remember, all it took was the Trump administration snapping their fingers and going, you have to put something in the memo line.
It's almost like the people in beforehand didn't want them to do that. I wonder what that was all about. Why don't they want to tell us where they spent the money?
That's just it. Like, you could have at any time told us where this is going. You chose not to. And the fact that we now just flipped the switch and went, you have to tell us where this money is going from now on, means they easily could have done it at any time, and they chose not to. This wasn't an oopsie daisy, I forgot. This was a looking the American people dead in the eye and going, suck it.
We're going to take your money.
We're taking your money, and there's nothing you can do about it. In fact, I don't
You
even
can threaten me with.
I don't even know that they thought of us when they did it.
Oh no, they thought it was like, oh, how nice those suckers are to keep voting us in office.
Oh man, these assholes. I'm so happy for these assholes. By the way, thank you very much to Scott for $10. He says donation over on Venmo. Thank you very much, Scott. That's very nice of you. That's 65 away.
Now we're almost there. We're just about done.
Just about done, boys and girls. So 4.7. Oh, and thank you, Justin, for $1.99. Gee, thanks, guys. Says, me and my boys on the oil rig listening this morning. Well,
awesome.
Justin, let us know what the name of the oil rig is. Do you guys have like a gay team name? I don't mean gay like derogatory. I mean gay like loving. Do you and the boys on the rig have a like, hey, we're the capybara team, and we're here to fucking cuddle the shit out of
a capybara.
You know, like a little mammal thing in the outback.
Okay.
They're wise.
No, this is a great time for
We're the Wildcats, and we fucking lick our paws while we get that oil out. I wish there were more of you oil rig boys. That sounded gay. What I meant was, like, I wish there were more people drilling. I wish we were.
Sound gay.
No, I wish we were domestically producing more oil. I know that sounded like I want big, brawny, shirtless men holding large wrenches to be in greater supply in the United States. But what I meant was, I would like it if the United States was domestically producing more oil because it would drive down the price of gasoline and also provide jobs.
Okay.
It was an economic statement, and I think a lot of you were taking it as gay.
It sounded pretty gay.
I know no, that's why I clarified. Because I understand how homosexual it sounded. But it was indeed an economic statement.
Even more so because, dude, it was coming from me. Like,
yeah. I mean, I get it. No.
Consider the source.
There is no part of me that doesn't understand why I needed to clarify. For the record.
As long as we're all on the same page, that's all that matters.
So let's find out about, so this 4.7 trillion, I started this story going, I'm not going to end up informing anyone of anything. I'm going to screw this up, so on and so forth.
Right.
And so far, I feel like I'm doing a good job of that. And the other problem is, I also think that this whole thing, they still don't know where it is. I don't think we're going to get to the point where they're like, oh, hey, we figured out where $4.5 trillion, by the way, is about 2.5 years worth of our deficit.
Right.
That's
2.5 years. So like half of the Biden administration, the money just went out and we don't know where. Now, I'm not saying that's when it happened, but in general, that's kind of what the equivalent of it is.
Yeah. According to the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which is under the Treasury, TAS codes are used to describe any one of the account identification codes assigned by the Treasury and is also referred to as the account. So it's really not that much different than our households. You know, It's the account. And, just like our households, sometimes we wake up in the morning and go, no fucking idea what that charge is. Not really.
Honey, did you buy something on Amazon?
Honey, did you buy nukes for a Middle Eastern dictator? Just wondering, because, I see how much we spent, but it doesn't have anything on the memo line, and it just says Square Inc., so I can't really trace the payment, but it looks like how much a Minuteman rocket would cost for a third world despot.
Honey, did you and Israel go out shopping yesterday?
I only say that because I see a lot of money spent in Tel Aviv, and I also see on the news that there are a trail of lifeless, cold, dead Palestinian children. And that just sounds like one of your Benjamin Netanyahu shopping trips. Sweetheart, I have a question. Did you and a 90-year-old Jew go destabilize a foreign currency in some European market? Because there's a payment here to Soros Inc., and I don't know what it's for. It's just wondering. Were you out currency hopping yesterday? Because goddamn. Couldn't you just go tank Tua coin again? That doesn't hurt as many people. Just retards. Just retards. Dr. Silverwolf with $10 says, all I'm hearing is, and then puts a link up. All right, what's he hearing? Oh. This is what he's hearing when he hears 4.7 trillion.
It's time for guillotine. It's time
I mean, fair.
It's nothing personal. We gave your way a try. We're sorry, but you at the top all have to die.
I mean, let me ask you a question.
But I'm afraid.
No, not yet. That's premature. That's premature. I do have a question for you.
Okay.
How do you say this?
You're gay.
No, I could have said that easily. That would have taken a few seconds.
It's easier when you mean it.
When it comes to what Trevor Moore is singing about, and when it comes to $4.7 trillion of American taxpayer money being spent without anybody knowing where it went, how else do you stop these arrogant cunts?
I don't think you can.
No, that noise you made, that was the correct answer. Like, how do you put the fear of God into them without that? Like, what I'm saying is, help me not go to that place. Help me not need that to stop people who would do that. To stop people who would take $4.7 trillion of other people's hard-earned money and spend it on bullshit that probably some of it ended up going back into their pockets, I guarantee. That's why they can't tell us where it went. Tell me how I stop that from happening. Tell me how I shame people like that. I don't want to go to that point because that got fucked up in France. What can you do?
I think the only thing we can do is what's been done already, where you vote in people who are from outside the system, and those people then attempt to repair it. But the problem is that once you get more of the status quo back in, things will return to the way they were before. And you have the other issue right now where the people that are fixing shit are just, as you've said many times, just ripping out wires, finding out what they're connected to. And as a result of that, you get like stuff caught up in it too that are going to upset people, like programs that people actually use and need. So I don't know, man. I don't know if there's a whole way you could fix it. It might be beyond saving. It might be to name my show Game Over.
I mean, the idea of just burning it down and starting it over might not be that bad of an idea. It might be what we have to do. I mean, like you said.
It's kind of what in some ways is happening. Like the idea, for example, closing down government funding for DEI programs in a way is kind of burning it down and starting it over, because there's good stuff caught in there too that has to get returned and replaced, and it probably or hopefully will eventually, but in any rate, it's getting taken up now in the moment.
Yeah. We actually have a clip of Elon Musk gutting federal spending. Would you like to see it?
We do? I'd love to see that. He's in there on the ground floor.
Here you go. This is the federal government.
Mind if we take a look at her now? All these rubber hoses got to go, Max. Count them up.
Hey, short throw shifter.
Quincy, somebody tell me what this is. Plastic ice cream scoop? What that cost? About $400?
That's what I think of when I think of Doge just walking into a place. And they're just like, yeah, just rip it out, throw it, put it on the ground. We'll take a look at it later. This weekend, dude, it's honestly like the Emperor or like Darth Vader shows up. There were breaking news updates this weekend, and it was Doge agents have entered the IRS building. Like, these Doge people are walking in, and already these government lifer types are terrified of them.
Yep.
Like, Doge badges show up, and they're like, ah, shit.
Which is weird, because we've had this government office for a while. It's not like it's new.
Well, it hasn't been Doge, though. Like, Obama created an office. It just didn't have a job, so Trump gave it a job.
Right. Obama created the Office of Government Efficiency, and it just never did anything.
It wasn't even called that.
Really?
Trump renamed it. No, it was totally for a different reason. Like, Obama created it for some issue he thought he was going to have, and the issue never came up. But he never got...
The lady that was in charge of it before was saying, no, the office was about streamlining the government, and it's really going to be messed up now with this person.
Right, but it wasn't about unilaterally stopping spending and shit like that. Like, they
no. Yeah.
I
figured it was just about paperwork bullshit.
Yeah, they renamed it Doge because of the Dogecoin thing.
Yeah.
It was a gimmick. And then
Which will be funny if they find cryptocurrency. Doge has Doge.
Los Federales with $1 says, Johnny, I'm going to the bank to set up the new business account for the daycare meals for the hungry kids you claim you will feed. Can you get Aaron to help me with a name for the business account?
The hell are you talking about?
He's saying that you're going to engage in daycare fraud.
Oh, well, that's not true at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I have no clue whether.
I have no clue. And neither does Timothy, Sarah, and Jonathan.
Right here are the kids that we have at our daycare, and they are very well fed.
If you look at the view counter, you can see all of our children.
Yeah, these count as sign-ins. Hulkamasha Baby with $2 says, sounded pretty gay to me. I don't know what he's referencing specifically, but I'm sure he's right.
Blanket statement.
It's a blanket statement that works for the whole show. All right, let's go ahead. We got two people making clips. You want to see what clips? What did I say? Let's find out what I said, and then we'll go back to the Doge thing. I want big, brawny, shirtless men holding large wrenches to be in greater supply in the United States. That's not, no. No. Because what I said was, it's not like I said that.
That's not how it sounded in the clip, though.
But that's I know. The clip sounds a lot different. I want big, brawny, shirtless men holding large wrenches to be in greater supply in the United States. It's not the case. That's not what I
mean. Argue with the tape.
That's not what I meant. Wait, is this the same clip? I want big, brawny, shirtless men people holding posted large the same
uh,
clip to be in greater supply in the United States. But so Approachable and Hulkamasha Baby both made a clip of the same thing.
You have fans, man. What are you going to do?
Chevrolet JB with $1 says, checks out. No school yesterday. Johnny had to fill in at the daycare.
There was no school yesterday, and there's no school today.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I can't believe Obama would say such horrible things. Oh, no. Should we see what Barack Obama said?
Yeah.
Let's see what Barack said.
One of the commitments that I made to the American people was that we would do a better job here in Washington in rooting out wasteful spending. At a time when families have had to cut back, have had to make some tough decisions about getting rid of things that they don't need in order to make the investments that they do, we thought that it was entirely appropriate for our governments and our agencies to try to root out waste, large and small, in a systematic way.
Here's the difference, though. When Obama said it, he may have meant it, but the people who were holding all those offices and running all those departments, they were government lifers, man. They were establishment people. Oh, yeah, they weren't doing shit. They maybe cut a few million here and a few million there, make it look like they're doing something. But Barack Obama was one of those useful idiots that they would put in there, hey, you're in charge, buddy, you're the boss, you're the president. But all these departments day to day are run by bureaucrats.
And overall, he wasn't like, I'm going to come in and shake up the system and do stuff. Like, so he was still playing the game, too. I honestly wonder how much of that he means, though, because I got to feel like even if you're relatively new to the government and everything else and you're already up at the rank of president, you should still kind of understand, no, guys, we're fucking all these people over.
I may be a sucker, but I do think this guy in particular, I think he did want to change things up. I do think he wanted to make a difference. I think he wanted to change the way business was done in Washington. But if you're going to do that, you have to surround yourself with people who also, Trump's showing you that. That's the difference between his first and his second term. In his second term, Trump went, I don't give a shit what you say about these people publicly. These are the people I trust. I'm putting them in there. They agree with my vision, and we're going to do it. Obama, though, he may have wanted to change things, but the Democratic Party said, we think you should put this person in this spot, this person in this spot, this person in this spot, and then that fucks everything. Everything you want to do, it doesn't matter because you don't run the day-to-day. The people you appoint run the day-to-day. So you can say, hey, I think we should streamline government. And if everybody else, all your other secretaries are going, yeah, whatever, dude, then it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change.
No, if you're the only one being like, guys, we're going to change this, we're going to make it better, and then nobody else does, yeah, you're fucked.
I think Obama did want to make things better, but I think he was incredibly naive, and he was a very useful puppet for the people in charge. That's what
I don't know. I used to feel that way, and then people keep telling me stories and things that I find out about where I'm just like, oh, I don't know then, because we've done more. What was it? We did more drone bombings and stuff. It's just there's a lot of things where it's like when you look at it, it's like I don't know either, because I don't think it can be both. I don't think he can be this underhanded I convinced everyone of A when I did B kind of person, and I also know that oh shucks, I just went along with it and I got caught up in the mess. I don't think it's both. Either it was malicious or it wasn't, and at this point with the government, I'm kind of counting them all malicious.
I can tell you this, as far as the chat vote goes, they're unanimously on your side. I'm a dipshit. I'll take that. Johnny's right. I'm the dipshit. Thank you very much for the $5, trucker. That puts us $55.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Away from today. Thank you very much for your guys' contributions. We appreciate it. So back to the $4.7 trillion. We keep getting sidetracked. According to the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which is under the Treasury, TAS codes are used to describe any of the account identification codes assigned by the Treasury. They do this to people now, too, with their debit cards.
Mm-hmm.
They have this thing where they can track whether or not you bought guns.
Yep.
There's a code with your card if you buy with a debit card. Which, this goddamn second Trump administration is making me so paranoid, and maybe in a good way. But yesterday I was sitting around thinking about just shit. And I was thinking about all those IRS firings that are coming and how Biden hired a shitload of people at the IRS so they could check on people's PayPals and Venmos to see how much money they were making in their fantasy football leagues so they could tax them on the $800 they made in fantasy football that year.
Yeah.
I thought that was horseshit. And I'm like, well, what if you want to give somebody money? And I'm like, honestly, at this point, with how much the government's watching and this and that, we almost have to go back to communicating through smoke signals or lights or something like that to get to meet with someone in person, hand them cash.
In hand currency.
Yeah,
setup.
That's what I mean.
They're already trying to move us off of that, though. We got rid of the penny. We're moving further down the line to just get rid of, because I know I'm right there with you, fucking pennies, they're everywhere. We don't need pennies anymore. But that's just, it's one little nudge down the road to, well, don't worry, your money's all on this little card here.
Well,
we keep track of it for you.
They've always said, they've said for a long time now, since I was a kid, that the penny costs more to produce than it's worth.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't mind, as long as you keep paper,
Right. And they're going to get rid of everything right up to paper, saying, yeah, but no, guys, we're keeping paper. And then once we're down to just paper, what the fuck do we need this paper for? We got rid of everything else already. It's already on the card. You're all using your card. Let's just.
Oh, yeah. I saw an article yesterday. Somebody wrote, the one thing I agree with Trump on is the penny. Now we need to look at the nickel and the dime. So,
digital currency, everybody. Let's go with digital. Look, I hate Trump. He's evil, and I work for Soros. Oh, God, I agree with him on that penny thing, though. Get rid of that currency stuff.
That's what we should be nervous about. Anytime people who hate Trump like something he did, we should immediately beg Trump not to do it.
Or at the very least, think very strongly about why they might like that.
Right, exactly. I saw yesterday that Eric Adams had 4 of his deputy mayors quit. And it was right after he had his charges dropped by the Trump administration. And I'm like, these fuckers were rats for Cuomo and Biden and Hochul and all these other people. And they were stooging out Eric Adams to fuck him over because they wanted to throw this guy in jail because he wouldn't go with his Democratic Party buddies in New York about allowing all this illegal immigration.
At the very least, they wanted his job.
Yeah, well, that too. They have an election this year and they want Cuomo to be the guy. But Eric Adams spoke up about immigration and all of a sudden he went from, beloved son of New York, police commissioner, this and that, to, we're charging him with corruption. He's evil. He's a terrible guy. And then Trump gets in there and he's like, no, this is all bullshit. This is like holding in football. You can call anybody on this. It's because he wants to work with me on the immigration stuff because all this money they're shelling out to the hotels and civil services for New York City is fucking crippling the city in other places. So they want to get rid of them. So these 4 people just all resigning over the weekend, I'm like, these were stooges and rats who were supposed to keep an eye on Adams. And now that the feds have dropped the charges, I wonder if they're going to like every time someone resigns now in a liberal area, I immediately think the Trump administration's about to go after them. Because
or not even just that they're guilty of something and they don't want to wait until the administration's going after them.
Who's that? Who's the guy who wiped the FBI guy who wiped his Twitter recently? Stazik or whatever. He wiped his Twitter, just deleted everything. And I'm thinking Kash Patel wants to take a look at the guy because he's one of the guy who led all the Trump witch hunts. I think it's Peter Stazik. I could be wrong. Correct me in the chat if I am.
Sounds familiar, but.
So you have all of these people now resigning, all of these FBI people, you have all these CIA people, you have all these prosecutors resigning. The ones who are resigning, look into them first.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, they didn't all get pardons like, a lot of the administration did on the way out the door.
Yeah, right. No shit. That really sucks. Like, you're one of the prosecutors who clearly did dirty work for the Biden administration, and you see Fauci gets a pardon and the Biden family gets a pardon. You're like, oh, thank God. It's kind of like the scene in The Dark Knight where Bruce Wayne goes into his panic room, and the woman goes, oh, thank God you have a panic room. And they start getting dressed, and they're going to go in there, and he just locks the door behind him. It's like, whoa, what the fuck happened? What about us? We did dirty work for you. Yeah, best of luck. That Trump's a real son of a bitch. And Peter Strzok, thank you.
Okay.
Zen Man Builds. Peter Strzok is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, he got rid of his whole Twitter. And I don't think that's going to save you. I think it's like whack-a-mole. If you stick your head out during Kash Patel's run at the FBI, he's going to hit you in the head with a hammer. Maybe literally. It's possible.
Well, I mean, luckily, Kash Patel doesn't have like a friend or ally in the government who also happens to, own Twitter, who could maybe see what. Because I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I deleted it. Yeah, that makes it.
Oh
go
my
away
God! How did I not think of that? What a stupid asshole Peter Strzok is. What a dipshit retard that guy is. I have an idea. I'll wipe my Twitter. Nobody will ever know I did anything. Who's the guy? Who's the guy cutting off heads? Who's the main exorcist in the government right now? Oh yeah, the guy who owns Twitter. Not like.
Well, don't worry, he's never done anything like air what people have said on their Twitters to make them look bad or to show that they're corrupt or anything. So
and by the way, not CEO of Twitter, not publicly traded company Twitter. No, just the guy who owns it. It's a mom and pop shop now, and it's his. Thank you very much to Dr. Silverwolf with $2. He says, R.I.P. my souvenir penny collection. No, it'll be worth more than it's ever been.
Yeah, dude, actually, that's the overall advice right now. Now that the penny has been ended, the better condition and the older the penny that you have, hold on to that motherfucker.
Shit, yeah. I'm going to actually hold on to them from now on. I actually hold on to my penny. You know what I did recently? So I have this big tube-like container that I keep all my spare change in. Mm-hmm. And it got pretty full recently. And it's a decent chunk of change when that fills up. And I was like, I could deposit this and I could, just put it away for vacation or something like that. You know what I did?
What?
I broke it all down, put it in the middle of the floor, sorted it all out, divided it by 3, gave it each to one of the kids.
Well, aren't you a dick?
I'm a fucking...
They're kids. They don't know how to spend money. What are you, retarded?
I know that one's going to take it to Hobby Lobby. One's going to take it to the card store. One's going to go to Target and just buy
candy.
I mean, my 5-year-old, my baby girl is the sweetest little girl in the world. But boy, does she buy dumb shit. I mean, just like we all did when we were 5. I mean, I'm not saying like... I'm saying
No. I had the taste of a connoisseur as a toddler. Let me tell you.
I mean, she's 5-year-old. She'll go bopping around Target and she'll pick something out, and I'll ask her the same question every time. Now, are you going to play with this? Most of them end up as dog toys.
Right.
Like Gordy's new favorite toy around the house now is this thing that my youngest daughter used to play with, and she loved it when she got it. Now she just leaves it on her floor. Gordy gets it. She doesn't give a shit. In fact, I'll catch her sometimes playing fetch with Gordy with one of her old toys.
At least the dog's getting some exercise. You know,
Yeah.
it's important.
Right. But anyway, yeah, I broke it all up, and I said, you know what? I'm going to piss it. History has shown that I'll just do something degenerate and retarded with it. Let's give it to the kids.
Oh, we got all the papers on the deep state, but screw it. We're going to fuck it up. God damn it. I can't pull this goddamn fucking Chucky Schumer.
That Alex Jones. I love that clip where he was that like 2 Mondays ago?
Yeah.
Alex was just having a case of the Mondays, and he was like, "Oh, I had a bunch of stuff. I had a bunch of stuff showing what all the deep state was doing. We'll just fuck it up anyway." I'm like, I love that. Like, that makes me feel like no matter what happens at Steel Toe, I'm on the right track, and I've still got it because I'm like, oh shit, I do that too.
That happens to me.
Alex and I do the same thing. We're really close to our goal today, but we'll fuck it up somehow.
Goddamn Chucky Schumer.
Speaking of gold, Doorman with $10 says, I think all this Doge stuff is just the New World Order getting ahead on the Great Reset. That depresses the shit out of me when people take like the Doge stuff and the Elon and Trump stuff and they go, no, Aaron, this is part of their plan too. I'm like, well, then if that's true, if that ends up being true that they planned for this and they still survive that, I'm going to be like, well, then what the hell is it all for? Let's tap out. Like, what the hell's the point? If this is our big, we're going to throw everything at them. And then at the end of 4 years, the deep state goes, all that for a drop of blood. I'm going to be really disappointed. Thank you, Doorman, for the $10. I appreciate that. 45 away from today. Look at you guys. $45 away from knocking this thing out already this morning. And, of course, Johnny's hit song, In the Arms of the Toe, debuts as soon as we hit 0. 191 Redbird with $5 says the Peter FBI agent said the FBI was setting up contingencies to make sure Trump never set foot in the White House. Yeah, he wrote a bunch of shit that's going to get him in trouble. And I think Cash Batel is going to be looking into him for sure. The discovery was, so back to the 4.7 trillion. Look, people can say whatever they want. This is the kind of show I like doing, is where we do a paragraph of a story, tangent, and then
we make our way back.
Then we circle back. There's no show quite like this. It's the best one in the business. The discovery was announced on the same day that Doge appeared to have populated the Doge.gov savings page. Why have I never gone here? What an asshole I am.
The Doge.gov savings page?
Doge.
I know they had a thing on the debt clock. That's
what I've been looking at. Oh, take a look at this. Look at how simple this is. You can tell I'm a retard because this is just so easy
Built
for
for
me.
You.
Oh, it's just Doge's Twitter. That's all it is. Look at Elon just putting Twitter on there. In the federal government, the TAS oh, yeah. So you click on it, it just goes right to there. Well, why don't you just follow Doge on X then? It's the same thing. All right, well, you're right. I prefer the U.S. debt clock. By the way, did you see they over the weekend, they went over $100 billion in savings?
Yeah, they say it, but I don't know. We'll see how it.
Here's what I don't understand. $108 billion in savings, but why is the federal budget deficit still $2 trillion? Shouldn't it be 190? Or
I don't know.
Or 1,900?
I have trouble believing, like, the numbers, the way they're rising, the way they are. I have trouble believing that we're saving this much now, that much now, that much now. Just saving more and more and more. It's an imaginary ticker.
Yeah. Are you trying to say that usdebtclock.org is not an up-to-the-minute accurate depiction? Look at that. Federal spending $7 trillion fucking dollars. That's wrong, dude. They spend $7 trillion every year. And that's just what we know about. Let's go into the time machine. Pick a year.
2008.
$2.8 trillion. is what we spent in 2008. Fucking dude, our national debt in '08. This is after 9/11, Iraq, Afghanistan have been cooking for a long time, and we were still only at 9.8. This is after, this is just before all the stimulus and all that because of the economy. So $9.8 trillion. Fuck, dude, the way we go today, we could have just printed that money and paid the fucking thing, and we'd probably have the same amount of inflation we have now.
Yep.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, we wouldn't have debt.
$2.8 trillion was the federal spending. U.S. federal budget deficit, $277 billion. I would kill distant family members to get to those numbers. Not close family members, like third cousins. But their blood. I would murder blood. I would end bloodlines.
Yeah, but if you go as far as to, like, go to the part of the bloodline that you barely know or relate to, does it matter anymore? I thought the whole idea was that there was a personal connection.
The point is I'm willing to make sacrifices, just not big ones, to get down to two. Like, from $2 trillion to $200
we
billion.
can get rid of some shit. Mostly shit I don't need.
Now, the savings are a combination of fraud detection, deletion. Matt Hardy should be in Doge. We should just get him delete. Contract lease cancellations, contract lease renegotiations, asset sales, grant cancellations, workforce reductions, programmatic changes, and regulatory savings. All right, I'm going to say something really stupid. Ready?
First.
Check this out. I think that until these charities and until these drug companies and pharmaceutical companies can show that they're actually making progress on curing it, we should pull the plug on federal funding for cancer. Hear me out. We have a lot of charities. And also, I feel like we just hand these fuckers money and all they do with our money is make it so we can live a little longer with some cancer.
Yeah.
Like we give them.
Also, they keep it for themselves, too.
Right. They put it in their fucking pockets and they give it to their shareholders and shit.
Because they're nonprofits. They can't keep any of their money. They have to give it. It has to go somewhere.
So I don't know about you, but I'm ready to nix all government spending on cancer until these fuckers can show that they're working towards a cure. I'm not saying starve cancer. Well, actually, the actual disease, that would be great if we could do that. I'm not saying we should make them show us what they're doing before we write them a check, because call me skeptical, I don't think we're getting anything done on cancer. Like, what's the last thing we cured? Is it smallpox?
Did we haven't cured AIDS? Have we?
No.
They have, but it's not a death sentence anymore.
Yeah, but you got to take a fuckload of drugs. I mean, it's not like living with AIDS, no matter how much they have it medicated now, it's not an optimum life living with AIDS. Not only that, everyone likes to go, oh, we've made so much progress. Have we? You know what the biggest lifesaver was when it came to AIDS? Is not poisoning people to death with AZT. Like, once we pulled people off of AZT, that's when AIDS deaths started taking a dive.
AZT?
Dr. Fauci was fucking murdering people with the drugs he was giving them for AIDS. The drugs were killing people really, really quick.
Well, thank God they didn't trust that guy in the medical field after that snafu. Am I right? Shit.
God, dude, that's one of those things that also bums me out to think about. Is that we just gave that guy the fucking ball again. It's like you were in the Super Bowl last year and it was 4th and goal from the 1 and all this guy had to do was punch it in. And when you handed it to him, he shoved the ball up his ass and bounced all the way back to the other team's end zone. And then the next year,
pogoed it.
Yeah. And then the next year, you sign him to a massive contract extension. And in the Super Bowl, you give him the ball on the 1 yard line again. And then you act surprised when he shoves the ball up his ass and then bounces on it all the way back to the other end zone. And then at the end, you shield him. You say, hey, you're not allowed. We're signing an order that says you're not allowed to criticize the guy who keeps shoving the football up his ass and bouncing it into the other team's end zone.
This whole story's reminding me of Bunny Fufu.
Anyways, it's one of my favorite metaphors I've ever come up with.
Shoving the football up his ass and bouncing it into the other team.
Well, because I'm thinking of the easiest thing you can do, which is run it in from a yard away and win the Super Bowl. And then I'm thinking of the most ridiculous thing a running back could possibly do once he gets the ball. Fumble? Hey, shit happens. Sometimes you fumble. Nobody ever shoves the ball up their asshole and bounces like a human pogo stick to the other end of the field for a safety.
I got to say this. The visual is quite entertaining.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, I don't want us giving money to any of these diseases until these assholes show that they're doing something with it. Because
MS research.
Okay, you're in the trenches. You're up to date. Since the day you got it, 20 years ago or so?
Mm-hmm.
And today, have they made big advancements? And if the answer is yes, the answer is yes. That's fine.
I'd have to say no, because when you deal with that stuff, everything's always, it's been in trials for years and years and years. So everything's always taking years.
Yeah.
So it's always like, oh, there's stuff down. Just hold on. There's stuff coming down the pipeline. And then the big thing with drug companies is they recycle medications. Once they have one, its patent gives up after a while and it becomes generic. So they have to modify it and tweak it to hold on to the patent. And then, they'll find other ways to administer it. Like, oh, look, it was an injectable. Now we're making it in an over-the-counter style medication or a pill.
Oh,
form.
wait, and that's not to make it easier for the customers. That's so they can charge more for the drug?
It's so they can hold on to the patent. They can make the drug more accessible. Or they find auxiliarily...
No, please, listen to me. Listen to me. We're not going to continue with the show. You're going to keep repeating that word.
Auxiliary.
Keep
Is
going.
That it?
No.
Auxiliary?
Nope. I'll tell you when you got it. Go again.
I don't fucking know now. Auxiliary. I have this thing where it happens sometimes. It screws up my speech centers.
You're making it too complicated.
Auxiliary?
You're putting too many lils. You're putting too many ills and lils in there.
This is one of those things where
here, do this. Ready? Just one L sound in the word. There's one L sound.
Auxiliary? No.
Close. You just got to change up. You got to shorten up that A.
Again, this is one of these. This drives me nuts. I know you think this is funny. I don't. This isn't funny for me.
Auxiliary.
This is just, my brain won't work. Like, I can see it and I can't.
Oh, I thought you were like my mom and you just you don't know English.
No, I had this problem the other day where I couldn't say a word.
What was the word?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I couldn't remember. I couldn't say it to save my life, and then the next day I could say it.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I thought you were just like my mom, and because she can't say words.
No, I'm sorry. I'm getting frustrated about it because this is.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was like a thing. I thought you just.
No,
there's certain funny words that people can't say, and I find it hilarious.
Oh, dude, no, I can't say it right now. I'll be able to say it tomorrow or something. It's stuff in my brain is screwy, and it sucks.
Well, you want to know what I really feel bad about right now?
What,
it actually is. It actually is auxiliary, and I.
Oh no, it isn't.
No, no, it's not. It's auxiliary.
God, I can't. Now I'm trying to remember what's the one I fucked up. It's on my show because I couldn't remember. I couldn't say it, and then I had trouble saying it for a while, and then the next day I'm just like, and blue.
Numero Uno says, this is the Aaron Tortures a Cripple segment of the show. No, I thought he really, when your friends fuck up words, it's fun to fuck with them until they get the word right. I didn't know that he was actually having a fucking brain cramp, and for all we know, he's not, and he's just trying to protect himself.
And he's just milking it, and just fucking laying on his condition. No.
He fucked up a word. I got to make fun of him for it, and then he held up the fucking cripple shield, and then I have to look like an asshole.
No, I flipped out for a second because I was trying to get over it, and it's one of those things when you're trying to do something and you can't, and you know exactly how to do it, but your body literally won't behave. It just gets frustrating.
Here's what I say. That didn't go well for me, and I thought it was going to be very funny, so I'm going to go with my backup plan, otherwise known as an auxiliary, if I could.
You're a dick.
Coltrane with $1. Thank you very much, buddy. He's got a Twitter Oh, I love Twitter statuses. We're in between stories, too. This is perfect timing. This is showing. We've got footage of the Delta plane from yesterday, the actual event of it turning over. Because some cunt didn't turn his phone the right way. Thanks a lot.
That's why the plane flipped over? Makes sense, I believe.
So this means some dickhead is just sitting there filming planes landing?
Just waiting for one to go bad so he can sell it to the news or what?
Yeah, I guess. That's a fun way to make a little money, I guess. Nowadays, hanging out at the airport waiting for something tragic to happen seems like almost a sure thing.
Yeah, dude, it's a pretty good bet.
It's going to be the new gold rush. You're just going to have a bunch of SUVs parked outside the airport just filming, waiting for a disaster. I can tell why this thing flipped over now. If that's the airport, that fucking tarmac is blown over with snow. That looks like the airport that Rocky landed in Russia in Rocky IV. Two worlds collide, rival nations. Yeah, that looks like shit.
1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Whoa.
No, dude, I was told about that being very, very different.
Tower, you're seeing this airplane just crash into 3?
Oh, that guy's working. Because he's
okay.
So I assume he is. He's talking into a thing. If some guy's talking into a thing, I just assume that's a job.
Well, he's way too calm, though. That's the part. Hey, guys, there was a plane crash that just happened.
That's because his
I
life.
just saw the thing roll on the ground. There's a bunch of people on it, I'm sure. But yeah.
He's on
plane
antidepressants. Nothing really gets to him.
Fucking yeah, dude. That's why I'm scared of those things.
You don't fuck with antidepressants?
No, I have to, unfortunately.
Oh, you do?
Speaking of which, I needed to. I was getting emotional before. That's why.
You're lucky. You're welcome.
Thank you for the
If
reminder.
I hadn't fucked with the way you said auxiliary, you would have never known.
Like I said, it's not the first word. The problem is it's happening too much. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I screw up words all the time, but if I can't actually say it, that's an issue.
Well, look, we'll have a contest.
Auxiliary.
We'll
Nope,
see.
I still can't do it.
We'll see which happens first. You pronounce a 4-syllable word correctly, or I sustain a healthy relationship.
Oh, great. So we're both going to die. All right, so
we'll see who wins in the end.
Nobody. It's going to be the world's saddest stalemate. Congratulations.
It's World War I all over again. Trench warfare. That was actually, yeah, I agree with you. This is a lot worse than I thought it was. I had the idea that the thing, like it hit the tarmac, it was going along, and like some wind got up underneath it, or like a wheel lifted up and it just flipped over.
Yeah, somebody told me that it got hit with like a wind gust and it just like flipped over. That thing literally rolled onto the wing and then fireball and just tumbleweeded down the road.
I mean, this might surprise you. I'm not an aviation engineer. But that looked like the back wheel like collapsed or something. And the back end
just got hit with something had to have give out because it tilts more than it should. Because even if the snow was a factor, I don't know. It's hard to tell when it's that far down the runway if it was still lined up straight or if it started like sliding.
So that looked a lot scarier because now everyone lived, but like everyone was upside down. So while that was happening, everybody's upside down in their seats, strapped in. And they're like Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black when they're in the tunnel. You know, and Elvis is playing, and Will Smith just hit the little green button. Or little red button. Yeah, like watch these back wheels.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it came down too hard on him or something because that one crumbled.
Yeah. And it looked like it
didn't
crumbled.
get knocked over. Something with the landing gear. You're right. Something with the landing gear gave out because as soon as it went down, it twisted over.
I'm getting a news report. We have an update as to why the landing gear didn't come down all the way.
Why?
There was a prison inmate named Pinball Parker caught up in the landing gear. I needed a full screen for people to see my face.
I hate you.
You know what that was a reference to?
This is a reference to Con Air.
That was a Con Air reference. The next time you pick a human shield, you'd better pick better than a 2-bit Negro crackhead. Hey, Cyrus, man, you didn't mean that dirty 2-bit Negro crackhead shit, did you? Can I see that gun? Hell yes, I meant it.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
I expect this guy's like, no. I expected him to go.
Do you want to put it back up on the screen? Are we still watching?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't know if it was still playing. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like watching that video, that doesn't look like everybody's all right.
No, we had to have lost somebody in that. Would have been hilarious on the video if he's like, "Honey, are you still there?" Yes.
Yeah, there's no way I would have thought that nobody died on that. But everybody was.
I mean, all it takes is not having your seatbelt on and just freaking hitting that ceiling at the wrong angle, and you're done.
Yeah, right. Like that's what I'm thinking.
When
like
it rolls over, if you don't have your seat on,
or like your head's like dragging on the tarmac.
Well, I think the fuselage probably rolled a little bit, and I don't think it came off necessarily.
See, now fuck you. Like I'm not gonna sit here and fall for your fucking Sister Mary sob stories anymore, because you fucked up the word auxiliary, but
auxiliary?
like a cat in pajamas, you fucking go with fuselage. Suck my. You know what? You were using me. You were fucking.
No, I'm not using you. This is where people don't understand. Like your freaking brain doesn't work 1 minute and it does the next.
You were playing me for a bitch.
Auxiliary. Yeah, see? Auxiliary.
You nailed it.
What? There. Took forever.
Guess what? You know what the story of today's show is? I'm an asshole.
No. No, the internet's going to be like, he nailed it. Johnny's not a cripple.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm used to it at this point, being the asshole. But I'd like to earn it. That's all. Coltrane says the wings broke off on impact and it rolled. Oh, well, okay. That makes more sense. Bappa Shab writes, recording tragedy greater than helping. Well, I mean, in fairness to that guy, what the fuck's he going to do? Like, here's, ready?
Go out and hold it.
This is my impression of a guy getting out of his car and helping in that situation. Ready? Here we go. Here you go. You guys all right? Just, try to reach down. Right. And undo the seatbelt. Yeah. No, you'll be yeah. Okay, good. Now crawl out towards me. Hey, is there any beer left in that can, or did that spill during the, you know what? It's not important. Never mind. Like, what?
Can I go get help? Oh, I thought I'd be better if I just came over here.
What the fuck are you going to do? He should have been out there helping those people. You got the jaws of life on you? Then fuck off. That's what I say.
Is that man God? Then he can't save them.
Los Federales with $1 says the fact the wings fell off is messed up, as the wings are the strongest part of the airplane. The middle of the body where the wings attach is built like a tank. This is a structural mechanical issue. Well, way to go, Delta. Mussolini Diff with $2 says roasting marshmallows over an open fire. Too soon? Yes, Mussolini Diff. The literal definition of it being too soon is the morning after the plane. Some people are still sitting in the hospital with broken legs. This guy wants to bring these motherfuckers s'mores in the ER. Attaboy.
Lieutenant Diane ice cream.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan, what a dick. He goes, you ain't getting act outs like that on Kumia's cucks. That's right. I give effort on this program. By the way, thank you guys very much for your generosity. We're only $45 away from today's goal. You might go, hey, it's kind of pleasant. They're just fucking around, laughing, having a good time. I haven't heard anything about the goal.
It goes this way.
Yeah, we're only $45 away. We'll get there. I wanted to play. I got a couple of things we could go to next. We go to the South Carolina banning smoking inside, like making it illegal to smoke inside your car while children are passengers. Like, look, I support the idea.
Is that's not a law already? Like, you need someone to tell you to do that?
Now, wait a minute. I support the nature of the bill. I don't support what you'd have to do to enforce it.
Oh, you mean arresting people for smoking with their kid in the car?
Like peeking into people's cars and like, is that a cigarette? Is there a kid in the back seat? I don't like people being able to look and fuck around like that.
Fair enough, but I also, again, don't think... Well, this is one of those where I'm like, you had a kid, but you didn't realize there's certain things you just shouldn't do around them, like actively smoke stuff.
Oh, yeah, if you're smoking in a car with your kid, you're an asshole. I don't give a shit about you. I just don't like the idea...
You don't want your freedoms infringed to where they can check anybody who's smoking to see if they have a kid?
Yeah, like, what was the... There was a law recently that, like, it sounds good... But I didn't like it. Oh, Tom Homan, you know, the director of ICE?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? AOC was talking about, hey, don't answer the door for ICE. Don't talk to ICE agents. Don't do this. Don't do that, right? She was telling people not to cooperate with them. And Tom Homan was on TV, and he's like, that's borderline criminal. I'm going to ask that the FBI tell me where the line is so I can see what I can do to people who do that shit. And I'm like, no. I'm against that 100%. AOC should absolutely be allowed to tell people, fuck ICE, don't talk to ICE agents. Like, the government already has way too much power as it is with shit like that. So I want AOC to be able to tell ICE to fuck off, because one day I want one of our fans to be able to tell the ATF to fuck off.
Right.
You know, don't talk to ATF agents. Don't answer the door for ATF agents. I think that's great advice, because they're going to try and convince you they're your buddy and they're just trying to help and blah, 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 and they're going to hang you with whatever you say. So with AOC saying, I don't like AOC, and I like the job ICE is doing. I think they're doing something wonderful. I don't like this Tom Homan sitting there going, I want to look into whether or not I can do something to her for doing that. Just because I'm on your side doesn't mean I have to like everything you do. And I think that's an important thing that this country needs to learn.
An important distinction? Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I know, you're right.
I'd love to see that, though, the day that you're saying, like, and you could tell the ATF to fuck off. And the AOC is like, wait. Don't tell federal agents to fuck off. And like, wait, but you said the same thing about ICE. Oh, that's different.
Yeah, well, that's just it. See, that's why I'm the asshole who's always left holding the bag. Because I sit here and I'm like, yes, support AOC's right to say that, because when it's the ATF, I support your right to say that. And in my brain, I'm like, well, maybe AOC will be genuine then.
Will be cool.
And see that. And then as soon as it's the ATF, and I'm like, right, AOC, when I got your back, and she's like, fuck that guy, take his guns, go in his house, he's an asshole, arrest him. And I'm like, oh yeah, shit, that's right. I forgot that these people didn't take those positions because it's moral. They took them because it's convenient. Yeah. I'm the asshole. But I don't know. I've always thought that it's better to stick to your morals and your guns than try to, like, outmaneuver people, which is also probably why I'm where I'm at. Fuck you and your morals and your decency and your codes and shit. You stupid retard. I'm going to read a statement. I'm going to read a quote from someone. And you try to tell me who that quote is from. And then I'm going to have McBuster and others tell me if they like the idea of the quote and they're excited to hear who the quote is from. The quote is, desegregation was a mistake because the races aren't compatible. Desegregation was a mistake because the races aren't compatible. Can I give you a hint? It's a contemporary, and it was said recently and recorded. We have the video and audio in a little bit here. But somebody said desegregation was a mistake because the races aren't compatible.
Again, that just feels like the only thing I can think is Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't think anyone else I can think of that said that.
Ready to have your fucking hair blown back?
Who said that?
You know who that is?
Oh, my God, that's Trevor Noah.
Yeah. Trevor, no, dude, Trump is fucking everybody up right now. He's breaking everybody's brain. I mean,
well, dude, this is one person that doesn't deserve to get their brain broken. Because they came here from South Africa with the big, like, oh, South Africa's better than America. Like, they made jokes about, like, the infrastructure of South Africa versus America, like, back when he started guesting and becoming the host of The Daily Show.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you look at his country now, like, how's that place doing, buddy?
I mean, dude, South Africa has rolling blackouts, and I'm not talking about the people storming the farms and murdering white people.
Right?
They have rolling blackouts in South Africa because they removed all the white people from the power plants.
And nobody knows how to run shit anymore.
Well, yeah, they didn't use the white people they were firing to train in the black people they were handing the jobs over to. So now, in some places, they don't know how to keep the fucking lights on because nobody taught them. But this is Trevor Noah. Get ready for Sam Show and Trevor Noah to be on the same page for the first time in steel toe history.
I found myself wondering, and this applies to America, and then maybe it'll go to other places in a different way because Finland ties in. Do you think that integration was the right move?
Bro, I'm going to tell you why this is fucked up. People like Ron Paul and Rand Paul have caught shit in the past for pointing out that during segregation, one of the negatives of ending segregation was that it killed a lot of black-owned businesses because you had a lot of people in Harlem and predominantly black neighborhoods who would open businesses, and black people weren't allowed to go into white businesses, so they patronized the businesses in their own neighborhood. And they were owned by black people because white people didn't want to own businesses there, and that would give these people a living and it would create jobs. Well, now if you say, hey, you can come to fucking Bloomingdale's and you can come to all these other places, now all of a sudden the black people all just basically turn tail and run away from their black brothers and sisters owning businesses and go, yeah, let's go to the fucking white people businesses. And it shuts them down. And like Ron Paul and Rand Paul caught a lot of shit, not for saying that was a good thing, not for saying that was a bad thing, but for just simply pointing it out that their point was there were unforeseen consequences of ending segregation.
Nobody wants to admit that in almost everything there's a positive and a negative.
Right. I mean, it did hurt some black-owned businesses. And, people lament gentrification when Whitey comes in and Whitey's up a neighborhood that was predominantly Latino or black or whatever. You wouldn't have a lot of gentrification if segregation never ended. Now, again, black people being able to eat wherever they want, go to school wherever they want, all that is way better. It's way better. But that doesn't mean this other stuff didn't happen. I just don't like it that we have to wait until a black person says it's okay to say it, and then we can have honest discussions. I don't like that we have to hold up honest discussions until we believe the messenger is the right person.
So you don't believe in conversational segregation, that only certain people should be allowed to have that messages, and other groups should be segregated to, like, say the wacky morning just hubbubaloo. Hey, it's goofy, it's funny. We call each other gay.
I believe in conversational integration, especially especially when it comes to sports, man. How you gonna talk about sports without talking to black people? You know?
All right, I know I've got it somewhere. Yep. You say that, but I think you also beg to differ.
Haha, none of us can hear it.
Oh, fuck me. That's right. I have this so it doesn't echo for you. That's my bad.
I want these people segregated. That's not what I wasn't saying that about.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that
You're
about
saying that about white people in the conversation.
No, I was saying that about women. All right, let's continue with Trevor Noah. I'm giving Sam Show blue balls over here.
And now I'm separating two things because I know in America people.
Yeah, white people and black people. We know
Whose show is this? Is this his show or her show?
It minority owned. That's all I know.
Well, of course. I mean, there was racism and there was segregation, and I go, yeah, no. I'm separating them. Let's separate someone being oppressed and someone not being able to get a job and someone not being able to get a bank loan. Let's take all of those, the negative things away.
Well, okay, but that's true of everything.
Let's see that smile on your face if this exact same conversation and tone comes out of a person with a slightly whiter complexion.
But like, I
feel like the goes away real quick to
No, you know what that is? That is a person who is really glad they're not saying this and plans on keeping their fucking mouth shut during this entire conversation. She's smiling because she's like, I'm not going to have to contribute to this show for quite some time. I know my role. I'm shutting the fuck up.
Because I'll put myself out personally and say, I think whether we're talking about gifted kids who are anomalous, let's say, to the norm, whether we are talking about, and I mean anything that does not fit into a category, I think the part of the reason Finland is able to do it is because, have you been to Finland?
It's very homogeneous.
I've been to Finland. You know who's in Finland?
White people?
Yeah.
Dude, are we watching Trevor Noah turn white supremacist? Because it's making me uncomfortable.
Trevor Noah is slowly becoming Jesse Lee Peterson.
No, fuck that.
His hair's
Trevor
gonna
Noah's
start
becoming
receding
Richard Spencer. Like, this is getting weird.
Finnish people. That's it. That's it. And because they're all Finnish, there's an idea of like, no, we all head in the same direction. We all know what our actions mean. And that's a really powerful thing I've learned in communicating with other people.
Motherfucker's turning into Marcus Garvey. Like, he's just like, Africa for the Africans. He's going full on separate but equal here.
I'm not, like, here's the thing. I'm on his side, but I'm just like, you realize that doesn't, like, no offense. I'm not trying to be mean here, but that doesn't work out very well. Like, if you take the current world situation as sort of a temperature reading, that's some groups are not going to do as well. That's all I'm
I
saying.
think what he's saying is, as long as you make it voluntary, as long as you don't force people to separate.
Right.
Like,
But-
look, I have an opinion on this. I'm not going to fucking say it out loud. Like,
I haven't said mine out loud.
Like, what he said about Finland is 1,000% true. It's accurate. I think the United States doesn't get enough credit for how well we've integrated all these different groups of people. And I'm not even talking about by skin color, but could you imagine a Europe where it's the Irish, the Swedish, the Norwegian, the Germans, the French, and all of them are just kind of living piled on top of each other?
And they all have grudges towards each other that go back centuries?
Dude, if they just... We've seen Europe twice now. If their borders come too close together, they blow up and start bombing the shit out of each other.
Yep.
So, like, America has taken all these groups of people who have had notorious off and on hatreds for a millennia, and we made it work here. Like, that deserves a lot more respect than it gets. Like, Europe got a handful of Muslims, and the place went to shit. England, all these other places, they got 5 Muslims came to these countries from North Africa, and all of Europe went, we don't know what the fuck to do. Do we get to watch soccer anymore? I'm not really sure. Can I use a kitchen knife? Can
If we take the tip off, Idris?
Yeah. Can I wave a Union Jack or no? That disrespect. Like, they don't know what the fuck. In America, we added every group that's ever hated each other and gone to war with each other and said, here's a Kmart, loser. Like, fucking go shopping. And then they stop bombing each other most of the time.
I'm in a room with anyone where we start to tie together multiple things. So if I'm in a room with black people, already there's like an implicit trust because we know what certain actions, words, and vibes mean.
Okay, why is it...
So you're smarter than us? Is that what you're saying?
Why is it when a black person starts talking this way?
It's just cool and it's accepted?
Like this host, I want to... look, maybe she's a really good person and maybe she is super consistent. I have a hard time believing that if she brought a white show host on her show and that white show host went, when I'm at a party with other white people, I feel more at ease and more comfortable because we understand each other, we this, we that. Like, would she be going, oh, yeah, absolutely. I hope she would. That would be great. If that's the case, that would be awesome because that's a very honest
though, and we all know it.
But tell me that if a white person was making this same speech, we wouldn't be seeing a lot more of this around the news today.
And then you're in
No,
a
if
room
we
with another
could, it'd be great.
African. Already. This person. Now, even if you shout at me, I know what your shout means. The same way an Italian knows what an Italian shout means.
Yeah.
Right?
It means, well, an Italian knows what an Italian shout means. It means you guys don't have the intelligence and emotional maturity to just use your words, so you have to yell and grunt. We all know that about Italians. They're not white people. I want you
They
to...
got too much, well, you know.
I'll take one of those Chesterfields now.
I know I'm prefacing it with a lot because it's a loaded question.
Yes.
But I would love to know if you think integration was the right solution, maybe. On the other side.
He's even making this black chick uncomfortable with that question. I like that. Where's this fucking Trevor Noah been? Like, why did we get that shitty milquetoast clown shoes Trevor Noah on The Daily Show? Why didn't we get base Trevor Noah sitting there going, just wondering if we shouldn't separate the races, you know? Like, I don't like white people a lot, but boy, do I love being in a room with blacks. Like, this is the kind of shit, like that old Tom Hanks Jeopardy sketch where he ends up getting along with the black people because it turns out they believe the same shit.
Side of, you know, what America, of civil rights.
Yeah. No, I don't. And I don't think it's actually that controversial when if you understand that segregation and integration weren't the only options. Like,
I'm getting
but listen to the fucking climate in this country nowadays when apparently anybody who thinks anything like that is racist, unless apparently...
That's what I'm getting upset and frustrated with watching this, is I'm like, oh, we can have this conversation now, and then I know the minute I have this conversation, it's a fucking problem.
It's a problem for you because you have the wrong tone.
Right.
And I don't mean verbally.
No, I know. No, well, I have that too. It gets really shouty up in here.
Those are within those two options. It may seem like integration is the more progressive. Like, of course, we don't want segregation. But again, when you're being integrated into institutions, into a culture that's a supremacist culture, that's a culture that feeds off of hierarchy, that feeds off of insecurity, anxiety. Why are we being integrated into that?
You see, you end up shitting on Whitey eventually, right? We're all just
Get it? Our system feeds off of suppression, and it's there's no hierarchies anywhere else. It's a commune over there in the other parts of the world,
right? Just it got to it eventually, right? It was
a
like
system that feeds off of supremacy. We're part of such a supremacist system that we get to openly talk about stuff that other white people can't because we're so suppressed.
I'm sorry that we're, if you count white Latinos, we're about 3/4 of the population. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. Except, shame my fellow whites and we stop having children. But no thanks.
I'm sick and tired of having to sit here and not be allowed to say anything in the sake of just simply having a conversation, not having a vested point, just literally talking about something for the sake of talking about it. And I'm automatically hateful just because of the tone of my skin. But if they do it, it's fine. And somehow I'm the racist and inherently white supremacist person.
But not only that, but also it's like, I just want to have the conversation because I can tell you this with almost 100% certainty. The answer I'd probably end up with is some variation of what we have now is the best way. This is the best way to do it, more than likely.
I think
the conversation would be
Walmart had it right. All returns should be honored.
Johnny, that's for bought and paid for products.
Oh, okay. So do we have to go to the John Deere store? I'm just assuming.
I think whatever your plan is now, you should go with the auxiliary plan. That's what I think.
Now who's a dick?
That's what I think. Me, baby. Always me. Mussolini Dip with $5 says Africa was a big help with global racial integration, especially when the Jays came over on boats. $40 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. $40. And, of course, once we hit 0 on the goal, we debut Johnny's new song, which is...
I'm officially not responsible if it sucks because I told him to check it first and make sure it was
I'm not checking
content.
it. I don't... Just remember, I don't watch news stories first. I read them. I read them, but I don't want to watch the video. I don't want to watch clip. I want to watch it with the audience. I want to watch it with everybody else. Citizen M says, I'm tired of not being able to say anything, quoting you, saying, cry more, Johnny boy. Look, man, I'll say this. I understand what he means. It's not about, like, he's literally not allowed to say anything. It's just that
considered racist or somehow bad if I talk about certain subjects.
People are much more critical if Johnny uses the exact same words that Trevor Noah said. If that makes sense. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Plus, people criticize me when I say anything because apparently I say most of my words wrong.
Well, yeah. Well, no. Because you...
well, the auxiliary ones.
You keep trying to say the country Niger, and you just end up upsetting people. It's really...
I thought it was called...
Dude. So, my 8-year-old has this game that we like to play where he has these cards with countries on them. And we do the Inglorious Bastards thing where, you put the card on your forehead.
Okay.
And then I have to guess the country that I have, or he has to guess the country that he has. Based on, is it in Asia? Is it east of this? Is it west of this? And it's a fun little game that we like to play. He's a bit of a geography nerd, and we throw the football around a lot. So he's, well-rounded, as it were. But one time I got Niger. And he didn't know how to pronounce it. And apparently his older cousins, like my cousin's kids, when they're at the lake, apparently they're using a particular word.
Uh-oh.
When they're not. Remember when you weren't around your parents and you would say, like when I was in 3rd or 4th grade, I started saying fuck all the time when my parents weren't around.
And then in 5th grade, I started doing it.
And that teacher, she always gave me good grades. But... you'll say things. Apparently, I got fucking family members whose kids are fucking dropping N-bombs when we're not around at the lake in the summertime. So my son is mortified when he sees this country, and he's like, Dad, I'm like, Dad, I don't want to say it. And that gave it away. I'm like, oh, son, it's pronounced Niger. And I looked down at my card, and for a second, until we had continued the conversation, I was like, yeah, fucking nailed it, dude. Nice work. But, I go, buddy, that's pronounced Niger. And he goes, oh, okay, I thought it was the N-word. And I'm like, no, but I literally want to guess. I go, no, it's not. Hey, wait, what do you mean? Like, there.
Well, it is because there's a lot of them there, but I mean, for the sake of, wait a minute, hold on, the N-word, how do you know about that?
Well, we were having dinner. I made dinner on Friday for Valentine's Day, and SP and I are there, and the kids are all there. And I mentioned again, I said, oh, there's some word that we shouldn't use. Somebody said some word that we shouldn't use at the dinner table. I was telling some story. And my son goes, oh, the N-word? And SP had never heard him say that before. She goes, what? And I'm like, buddy, no. Why would you say I go, where did you even learn that word? He goes, oh, my cousins. I'm like,
I don't think you're telling the whole version of the story here. I think that you're leaving a part out, the part where you got choked up and you went, it's my boy. Where did you learn that word?
Look, in all openness, I am how I am on the show, whatever. Right. But when my son says, I go, buddy, no, that's not a word we ever use. We don't ever use that word. No. That is bad. That is not.
You certainly don't listen to my show from.
But it's just like hearing them get older. And then say, when they hang around the older boys, it's just like, oh, no, you're never ready for when that moment comes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're never ready for, oh, shit, here's that parenting moment. I thought I had a couple years before we went through this one.
You're always going to realize it's a little too late and you're old.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Papa Shab, I was waiting for somebody to write that. I learned it from you, Dad. But, I was just like, and then when you're explaining it to him and you're talking to him, he's still young enough where he knows when they say it's wrong. He knows it's a bad word and whatever. But, you can tell when you're talking to him about it, you're still like, look, man, I'm peddling as much influence as I've got here over this thing. But I know ultimately the other kids always win out from being a kid,
Yeah.
I know that. I'm just going to have to instill it in his head as much as possible. That, like, because one thing my parents did for me was they convinced me that they would find out if I ever drank, and they would punish the shit out of me if I ever drank alcohol. That led to me not drinking till I was like 17 years old. Almost 18.
Oh, you want a medal?
Oh, I mean, I don't know where
is that some sort of high record around here?
17, yeah. So I drank a good year and a half, 2 years after all my friends started drinking.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The burbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul. You find, you always had that friend whose parents were both at work, and he had the run of the place. And then it was the first thing they ever drank. I wasn't drinking yet because I was terrified my parents were going to kill me. The first thing they drank was his parents had a bottle of Captain Morgan Tattoo in the freezer.
Oh, Jesus
I think they just left it there. I think it's one of those things where, like, you have this bottle of booze that you're like, ew, this is fucking shit water, and you just keep it somewhere. They had Captain Morgan Tattoo, and they would drink that. And
Those kids are all still alive today?
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think I ever tried it. I didn't have it. The first time I ever drank was at a party. My friends and I threw a party at my buddy's house while he and his mom were out of town on vacation for winter break. Listen.
I think you've told this one before.
This fucking dipshit gave us a key and said, have some people over.
Yep. I've heard this one.
Word got around that we had a key to Kelly's house. And that, hey, guys, we should have. It started with my buddy's got a case of beer. I still had not drank at this point. My buddy's got a case of beer, and we sat down in his basement, like playing video games and shit. Well, and then we ordered a pizza. And that turned into another one of our friends coming over. And then 2 more friends came over. And then we were like, it's getting kind of cock heavy in here. Let's get some girls over. And then we get some girls. Then in high school, once the girls are over, then you're going to have
bets are off.
You're going to have a party because you're going to give the girls whatever they want. And the girls are like, can I invite this friend? Can I invite that friend? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. And then all of a sudden you got a party. And the first time I ever drank, Abby Will, I was a senior, she was a junior, I was a junior, she was a sophomore, whichever. Abby Will, it was her birthday. Beautiful. Abby Will was a gorgeous girl. And Abby was drinking Bacardi O. Do you remember Bacardi O?
Mm-mm.
It was no idea. It was some kind of fucking rum or whatever. And she was pouring shots of Bacardi O, and I was drinking a root beer because I didn't drink. And it was Abby Will wearing a low-cut shirt and all that. You remember in the early 2000s, like, they didn't dress like total hoes yet? You just show a little
But they got away with a lot?
Just show a little titty meat. That's all they did. It was those little shirts with the buttons, and you had a little titty meat. Back in the 2000s, we were still a proper culture. We weren't dressing like OnlyFans whores. So Abby Will's got a little bit of titty meat out. She's got her hair done all nice. She got makeup, the makeup they wore back then with a little bit of glitter on it, back in the early 2000s. Well, she's wearing that. She's like, Imholt, oh my God, you would be so funny if you were drunk. I'm like, I'm fucking funny now, bitch. But she's like, you'd be so hilarious drunk. You should do a shot with me. It's my birthday. I'm like, I don't know. I don't drink, so on and so forth. I don't know. And oh, come on. It's my birthday. You have to. And then that started my long relationship with 2 things: alcohol and not saying no to women when I should. That's what started that, was that goddamn party at Kelly's house. When
it's all Abby Will's fault.
It's all Abby Will's fault. And then I drank the Bacardi O, and then I did another shot, and I did another shot. That night ended up weird. One of my buddies puked down. My buddy's house had the plastic runner down the stairs. You know what I'm talking about? Plastic runner down the stairs?
Yeah.
He puked, and it ran down, like it created a puke fountain down the steps. Then we had another buddy who fucking projectile vomited in the entryway closet. Just everywhere. It was impressive. Another guy, this is where we really got in deep shit.
Oh, really?
Fucking Tony Rodriguez locks himself in our friend's mom's room. And
fucking Jimmy Stinky.
Dude, He puked on her bed. He, let's just say, stole some things from the top drawer.
Oh, boy.
That he wasn't supposed to have. And somebody broke beer bottles in the garage. It was a nightmare. And then before my friend got home, we all decided we're going to clean this up. We can fix this.
Yeah, I heard about this part.
We
too.
literally would get like wet rags and wipe the puke and then spray the shit out of the area with Febreze.
Dude, so many people thought Febreze was like this magic eraser for whatever you did, and it really wasn't.
So we end up, somebody said in the chat, I hope the principal doesn't find out about this. So
he ended up on double secret suspension.
Yeah. So we Febreze the area where the puke was, and we just wipe it down with cold, wet rags. As far as her bed goes, we did our best. We threw the comforter and the sheets and everything else in the washer, and we sprayed it down, stain guard and everything. We did everything we could, but the puke was through to the mattress. We flipped the mattress over to hide the puke stain. We picked up all the glass. Like, dude, we thought we nailed it. You know when you clean when you're a teenager and you're like, fucking
got it done.
Apparently, I wasn't there. But apparently when Troy's mom came home, it was, she knew right away. Like, she looked in the entryway. She looked at the stairs. She's like, this house is a fucking disaster. And he called us and he's like, dude, my mom's fucking pissed. She found out, she knew as soon as she walked in. And the first thing we all said to each other is, oh man, she's like a detective. How did she know that we did? We cleaned that place so well. And he's like, no, she walked right in the house and she knew. Like, I bet you it smelled like puke.
Or even just the heavy Febreze scent will be a giveaway. Why does it smell so perfumed in here?
Yeah, that's a good point too. We got a couple people we got to say thank you to. BPST with $1 says, did you see Dixon's ex Gilly get in an accident while live streaming? Hope she and everyone is okay. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You might as well be speaking Japanese.
But I hope that person's fine.
Unless they're like a neo-Nazi or they killed somebody, then fuck them. God bless. So none of these people do like actual shows or anything. Okay. Citizen M2 with $1 says, Johnny, he's quoting you. Auxiliary. Aaron compares Johnny to 8-year-old child. Hey, Mersh, time for you to enter chat now. I don't get that one either. You guys are off.
I think he's trying to draw a comparison between me not being able to pronounce a word and Mersh stroking out.
Oh, M's off his game then.
Yeah.
You guys, come on. Coyote NV said, Nick said you like to drink. Oh, my God. I was a teetotaler compared to that fucking guy.
Well, that man's made a lot of claims.
That man said a lot of shit. I mean, it's amazing. Like, especially when it comes to me, I'm telling you, that guy lies like he breathes. It's unbelievable. And also, if you're looking behind you, you can't move forward. I'll tell you that from experience. So I guess best of luck. Best of luck. I learned so much about myself when he says anything, because I'm like, oh, well, there's a me that I never knew. Oh, there's a thing
I didn't know I like docking.
Yeah, there's a thing I never did. And like immediately whenever I hear something new, I'm like, oh, something bad must have happened to him and he needs to throw something out there. Something bad must have. So I understand it. I forgive him. I understand why he does it. I understand his mindset. I understand how he is as a person. And I understand what he needs to do to try and just hang on to whatever synapses are still firing. So I don't take it personally. I can't if none of it's true. And I hope that he can learn how to look forward someday. I really do, because there ain't nothing to look back at and be happy about. So maybe the future will have something positive, but you can't move forward if you keep looking back. I don't know why you want to keep looking at me in your rear view. I mean, I think I'm a stunning specimen, but, other people maybe don't think so. Where are we at today? 35 away? 35 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. The minute we get to 0, we debut Johnny's new song, In the Arms of the Toe. He made an AI song and then also a video with it. So we're going to watch In the Arms of the Toe once we hit 0. Right now, we're $35 away from today. Thank you, guys, for your amazing support. All right, let's go to this secondhand smoke thing that we were talking about, the bill that you that you thought, hey, this is nice. And I'm kind of like, well, I'm looking at the worst case scenario with this.
I like the idea of the bill, just the idea that you're not allowed to smoke next to your kid, but I don't like the idea of the government monitoring you.
I agree with you that we shouldn't have to have a law.
You should be smart enough to be like, if you're in a car or a small and confined space and there's a child in that space with you, no.
I mean,
you don't do that.
I'm going to be humble. I can't say too much about this. For a few months, a year ago, I was actively participating in a situation where drugs were being done around children. So it's not like I can sit here and go, people should know better. We shouldn't need a law. Maybe I'm like walking proof. Maybe the way I used to be is like walking proof that maybe we do need a law because I know better. But I still,
I don't get that. Like if my daughter's going to be hanging out with me, the first thing I do is I put all that stuff away. Like,
I will say this. I am proud of myself for one thing. When my kids were there, I never did.
That's where the difference is.
Yeah, when my
it's easier to be like, it's not my kid.
But in fairness, that doesn't make it okay because
true.
There were still other kids. You know, I thought I was some kind of nobleman because when it was my kids, I didn't. But when other people's kids were there, I had no compunction. Neither did anyone else. It was gross. So maybe me shitting on this law is not when I'm walking evidence that maybe you do need laws like this on the books. Maybe you're right. Let's take a look and let's see what happens. Let's see if this is something that we can stomach. And again, I agree with you. You shouldn't even
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your library, you need TubeBuddy. Come check out how you can edit your end screen.
I had a TubeBuddy. It didn't work out.
At the State House now, a bill has been introduced to ban smoking in cars with small children.
According to the American Lung Association, secondhand smoke exposure killed more than 19,000 people last year, with children especially at risk.
19,000 doesn't seem like enough to warrant this.
I've wanted to say this for a long time, even when I was younger. I always kind of thought that the secondhand smoke stuff was exaggerated bullshit, and I still do.
Mm-hmm.
Like 19,000 people died because they were around people who smoke. I don't believe you. And second of all, like, okay, let's take children out of that equation. Let's say grown adults. Get the fuck out of there then. What are you doing? Like if you're sucking on someone else's smoke secondhand so much that over the years you end up dying. Like what? I mean, that's like sitting behind a car every day of your life for 2 hours a day and just huffing exhaust and going, I don't understand what's wrong with me.
But more importantly, I don't need to change.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The secondhand smoke thing, I think, has always been exaggerated propaganda, but I could be wrong.
News 19's Josie Frost is at the State House with the details.
Under the bill, anyone caught smoking with a child under the age of 12 in the car would be subject to up to a $100 fine.
That's weird that you set the number at 12.
So wait a minute. If you're 12, your lungs can handle it, but if you're 10, you're fucked.
That's my thing. Like, oh, if you're 13, yeah, we don't give a shit about you anymore. Suck in your mom's fucking cool smoke, you asshole. Like, what a weird.
Hey, you smoking a crack pipe with a 10-year-old? Nah, they're 14. Go about your business.
Yeah. Hey, are you smoking a cigarette with a child in the car? Well, it's my middle schooler. Oh, well, then never mind. I'm sorry I pulled you over. Go about your business.
The bill's sponsor says he's...
Because what they're thinking is by the time you're 13, fuck, you must have done something. You're not innocent anymore. You're a piece of shit.
Been trying to get this passed for years, and he's got bipartisan support.
I think smoking in the car with kids should be banned. I think secondhand smoke is pretty dangerous.
I've been exposed to it before.
He's on the run, ladies and gentlemen, and we found him.
Oh my God, I didn't even put that together, you dick.
No, that's why I thought you were laughing.
No, I thought I thought the Irish guy from Bridesmaids.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's where you went right away, huh?
Yeah,
I was laughing because he's a hillbilly in camo going, I think I've been exposed to it. I've been exposed to lots of things. Mama was drinking when she was pregnant with me. She was smoking while I was in the womb. I've been exposed to my cousins kissing each other. I've been exposed to lots of things, and I turned out just fine.
It is suffocating.
The South Carolinians say they'd like to see restrictions on secondhand smoke around kids. It puts children at risk for asthma, sudden infant death syndrome in babies, and cancers like lung cancer or leukemia, according to Catherine Warner with the Department of Public Health.
You're going to see children with decreased immunity, children that are getting sicker more often, especially.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and go on record as saying whoever that guy was on this show a little bit ago who said secondhand smoke is kind of propaganda, I'd like to retract that statement and say that guy's a fucking idiot. I forgot about the part where kids aren't like fully formed humans and like their immune system is still developing and they can still get asthma. How's this? Secondhand smoke around adults is bullshit because you can choose to just not be around a smoker.
Right. If it's your parents doing it around you in your home and in the car, that's different. But I knew kids who were like, I grew up with a kid who, again, his mom smoked too much and stuff like that. So he had some developmental, like physical developmental issues and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They seem just as resilient as the rest of them. I mean, they come out a little half baked, but I didn't seem like their life was all the worse for it. But I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Johnny says they're fine.
No, they're fine. They're just a little more tarded than the rest of them.
Yeah.
You know?
It's all shades of gray.
With ear infections, getting the fluid buildup behind their ears.
Senator Daryl Jackson.
You got 4-year-olds going, oh, that smoker
All right,
call.
so what seems the problem? I'll tell you, Doc, it's been a life. You're 2.
You know, I'm glad we're getting here. I'm glad we're here getting my booster shots and my vaccines. But I got to tell you, it's a weird life at home. You know, I don't think Mom and Dad are the best. And Grandma, she's on her way out. God bless. When did you learn to talk so much? My parents leave the TV on.
Says he was inspired to file this bill after seeing an adult smoking while driving 2 children.
People said
that, by the way, is a person who is fucking perfect for government, are they not? Like, if you're just a person who naturally sees someone smoking around a kid and you go, I need to make a law, you should be running for office because you are the kind of person who would.
A hall monitor.
Yeah, a hall monitor. Exactly. Man, this looks like the 80s or 90s to me. I didn't know some of these brands were even still around. Basic.
Dude, they have to
Merit.
start locking them up now with how expensive they are.
Oh, shit. Like, I knew Marlboro was still around.
Right.
I really thought it was Newports and Marlboros and were all that was left. And Camels.
I don't know, Marlboro and Camel.
Yeah, Marlboro, Camel, Cool, and Newport. I thought those were the only ones left, but apparently I was wrong. Basic and Merit.
Well, there's always going to be, like, the offshoot brands. American Spirit's always going to be kicking, man. Its heyday is long since over.
Wait. Does American Spirit still have Lucky Strike?
Yep.
Lucky Strike's still around?
Mm-hmm.
I want a pack of Luckies. I don't smoke. I've never had a cigarette in my life. I've never taken a drag off a cigarette. But I want a pack of Lucky Strikes just to look old-timey.
It's going to be in a freaking emergency case in his house. In case of emergency, smoke one.
SP is watching Mad Men for her first time through. So
okay.
I've been seeing some Don Draper lately. And
in the past,
you want some Lucky Strikes?
I want some Luckies.
It's all about choice. And that's fine if you're talking about adults smoking in the car. I would not dare introduce a bill that will prohibit adults from smoking in the car. That's their choice. They have to suffer the consequences of those bad choices. But when it comes to children, they really do not have a choice.
But Beth Johnson with the American Cancer.
Oh, they always look like that. I was just about to go, Johnny, I'm on your side on this one. You know, like, let's make this law. This is a good idea. And then
they brought her in.
They always look like this, though. They always look like hall monitors. They always look like busybodies.
Society says in addition to preventing secondhand smoke, lawmakers should also raise the price of tobacco products to prevent smoking.
So South Carolina still has a higher than national average rate of adults and youth who smoke. And so we need to address that. We also know that the
you don't.
All right, here's what we need, Johnny. Free vapes for everyone in South Carolina. Hey, let's get the kids some vapes. They'll be okay.
Of tobacco for our state, for healthcare costs, and for just the loss of productivity, that is all.
I mean, I understand why South Carolina has a higher rate of smokers. I mean, they're in the place that's literally called Tobacco Road.
It's kind of, something they've been doing for a while.
I mean,
but I don't like that. Just the presumption of, look, there are a lot of adults doing this thing that's legal and accepted by society, but because it has negative health risks, I'm deciding whether they make that choice or not for themselves. I'm making that choice for them, and we need to stop this.
Yeah,
No.
There is that, but I agree with you because kids are involved in shit like that. I agree with this. I'll go with this. I'm usually anti the government banning shit, but I'm okay with this one.
I just don't like the whole we need to make the cigarettes more expensive. Why? So the people can't afford to buy them. It doesn't matter whether or not they want them and whether or not it's legal. We got to make it so they literally can't get the thing that they enjoy.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Why don't you just come out saying we want to make cigarettes illegal? Because that won't fly because people want, but if you can get a bill passed to make it more expensive and a politician can profit off of it, then we're good.
Mussolini Diff with $2 says ours is toasted. I'm reading it like Lee Garner Sr. I'm sorry. No, theirs is poisonous. Lucky Strike. It's toasted. She's been watching. And by the way, she said when she's on the last episode now, she said when I'm done, I'm watching it back again to see what I missed.
All right then.
I'm like, that sounds good to me. I'm kind of out of Marvel movies to watch though. Because
unless, like I said, you could go to the Fox ones.
Yeah, but the ones that I've left, I don't like any of the Ant-Man movies except maybe the first one. I don't really give a shit about Ant-Man. I don't give a shit about Black Panther. I'll admit, that's just racism. I don't fucking care about Wakanda.
Congratulations, you and China are the same thing.
We think it's all wizardry. You and I will disagree on one thing. I don't remember. Unless this wasn't you who told me. I liked the third Guardians movie.
Never seen it.
Oh, somebody said it's not very good. You can skip it. I liked it. I thought it was.
I haven't seen it. I've heard it's all right. I literally haven't seen it. Just haven't gotten around to it.
Thank you very much to Dive Bar for $5 over on Rumble. Says for the Fuck You Dude Tonation Fund, AI songs are usually gay. All right.
Yeah. That's why I told him to check it first.
$30 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for that, guys. Once you finish it off, that means that we are going to Johnny's AI song and video that he made. I love having Das Optic Nerve as a passionate member of our audience because he lets me know what's going on in the big city of New York.
Okay.
Where all them fancy pants and the Jews live. Das Optic Nerve says a pack of smokes in Manhattan is like $20.
Yeah. $
20 fucking dollars.
I remember when I used to be pissed because I was like, man, $5.15 a pack. What the hell is this bullshit?
What is it now?
I have no fucking idea. I haven't bought a cigarette in over 10 years.
I don't know what it is in Minnesota. I don't.
Oh shit, it's been even more than that.
I get so annoyed. Luckily, I'm not eating at convenience stores and fast food places as much as I used to, which is, by the way, $2.20. Got to drop that last $5.
There you go.
I'm going to try, when I get back to $2.15 this time, I'm going to try staying at fighting weight and see if that's a lot easier than ballooning up by 10 pounds and trying to take it back off again.
It depends on what the ballooning up is. If it's mostly water weight, it's not too big a deal.
Well, I think what happened with the last 10 pounds this last time around, the last 10 was, when you're not doing Molly, drinking, and sleeping 2 hours a night anymore.
You're not as strung out. Your body gets a little bit more rest.
Right. I started sleeping regularly and getting regular nourishment and not putting chemicals in my body. I gained
fattened up a bit. Your body plumped a bit.
Yeah, I gained a little weight. I got a little heavier, but
it's almost like your body's like, hey man, we've been running on rags and nothing. Start keeping stuff in the stock room. Never know when we're gonna be pulling all-nighters again. Just be ready.
Yeah. When you change to a certain lifestyle, you might go up a few pounds.
Like I said, benefits to both things. I mean, was it strung out? Did it ruin your life? Yes, but he looked amazing.
I looked so much better. Papa Shop says Aaron doesn't drink water. What the fuck is my water with Celsius powder in it then? Are you trying to tell me that's not water?
It's got a water base, just like my coffee has a water base.
Papa Shop says it's not water weight, it's Celsius weight. Oh, way different. Way different. $30 away, guys. Thank you very much for your contributions today. We got a few silly little videos that we can watch. One of them's Kamala Harris gave a motivational speech.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, I think the kid's got a future. I think she's really got something there. Honestly, Kamala Harris doing motivational speeches where she doesn't ramble and drone on, and she makes really cohesive, cogent points. If you can put that in a bottle, you got something sweeter than Yoo-hoo. I'm just kidding. She sounded like a fucking retard, and we're going to watch it in a little bit.
Of course she did.
But first off, let's go see how they're handling Doge in Utah. Protesters have been getting together. And by the way, I totally don't think these are AstroTurf protests. I totally don't think these are bought and paid for protests. And I totally think that these are all legitimate. This is a protest in Utah against Doge.
Because what the heck happened to love one another? Yeah! We are here for the cause of love!
What? You know what I find really weird about the Doge shit? Is people hate Trump so much that they're fighting against him trying to save them money and stop elites from wasting it and manipulating their culture.
It depends on how you get your information delivered to you, though, because some people think DEI is about stopping all this stuff and different things is about specifically fiscal stuff, and they think DEI is a form of funding. And then you get other people who are like, no, they're canceling all this shit, and I wasn't in favor of it. I hope you're all happy. And they've got friends now that are pissed because there's actual changes coming to them. So maybe this is legit.
I think this is bought and paid for. I don't think this many people are getting together and protesting the fact that the government is trying to cut itself and the government is trying to spend less money.
Unless they're all losing a program that's federally funded in the interim. Although I don't think they are.
That's a fair point. That's an interesting point.
That's what I'm saying. There are people who either voted for Trump or didn't, and they're like, hey, I'm losing this program, I'm losing that program. And as opposed to necessarily going, why are these programs tied in with these initiatives and considered all of it's considered DEI, they just go, no, they're losing this stuff, they're taking our stuff, I'm not happy about it.
Like, to me, there's two kinds of people who are against what Doge is doing. One, it's these Peter Strzok and people like them who are worried that they might get investigated, maybe not go to prison, but that they might face an uphill legal battle here in their future. They might have to answer for some of the corrupt things that they've done. Or two, people who just hate Donald Trump so much.
Oh, yeah.
That it's just anything he does, even if it's good for you. You know, I said this before the election. Donald Trump is going to drag these people kicking and screaming into a better life.
Right. But how many times have we said that that's what the left is doing to us in their opinion? Like, hey, just shut up and let me drag you kicking and screaming into a better life. Now we've literally turned into that. But it's the thing with everybody who hates Donald Trump easily jumps on this bandwagon. So again, I don't think this is like, oh, the government set these people up. I think there's enough people who hate Donald Trump from the jump, enough people who've had negative effects so far, and they've all gathered together to go, this isn't right. We didn't vote for Elon Musk, and I don't like Trump.
Maybe I just have no passion because, like, I can't imagine people being upset about something like this enough where they go and they gather on a weekend. Like, they take their weekends, which to me are sacrosanct. They're incredibly valuable. And you'll go stand on some steps and yell about shit. Like, you know me. I don't even understand, like, being on the internet after the show's over. So, like, actually going to a place and protesting something, like,
But the thing is it's literally the exact same thing. The current administration is the show, if you will.
Yeah.
And these are the trolls, and they're gathering at their Reddits and their Kiwi farms and whatever. And back in the day, Aaron, that used to be in public. We used to look our fellow trolls in the face and go, "Oh boy, aren't we a bunch of extra chromosomal chuds?"
I'm going to say this: I respect the farms because the farms is full of a lot of normal people. A lot of their stuff is just analyzing what they see. They're not like fan fiction and going crazy and like, I'm good. They have a great rule on Kiwi farms, and it's don't touch the cows. I think that is a great rule. They're commentating on shit they see. It's old school internet. It's a forum, basically. I respect them. Like, you know what they say about me?
What?
Aaron's a dumb fat retard. All right, fine.
Fucking
I'm
cramping
cool with
in
that.
on my game.
I really don't see the need to argue that one. That one's totally fine. Like, they're not unhinged, sociopathic, mentally ill people who generally or genuinely have something wrong with them that people should be concerned about. They're pretty tame as far as that shit. I mean, they're mean, don't get me wrong, but they're like talking to each other mean. It's like when you get together with relatives and they'll shit talk someone behind their back. That's kind of what it is.
But I'm just saying in general for these people, if like I said, if it's not a government like arranged thing, these people again are from their information sources they're getting. They believe this is the end times and it's all happening. So it's a matter of perspective. And ironically, it kind of really struck home for me when you said, like, look, they don't even realize Donald Trump is going to drag them kicking and screaming into a better life. It's like, yeah, but that's literally what we said the left has always been thinking with its motivations and actions before, where it's like, and they'll just tell you, look, we'll drag you kicking and screaming into a better life.
That's
and
true.
What they wanted wasn't better. So
that's true. That's a good point. And no, you're right, though. Steel-toed derangement syndrome and Trump derangement syndrome exhibit a lot of the same symptoms. And I do think that a lot of the people who detract from this show are kind of just the oversensitive liberal types. They're kind of lefties, at least in the way they behave and shit. Like they're kind of like that. They're college campus, blue-haired, oversensitive liberals, I think. Sandy with $2, going back to the smoking topic, says fat people don't comment on health issues. Well, you know, there's people who have never played football who are really good commentators on ESPN. Just do as I say, not as I do, I suppose.
I would love to follow that chick around from the earlier story where she's like, smoking needs to stop, and just go around every time she's like overindulging on food and just sit down and like, you realize obesity is the number one cause of heart.
Every time she orders a cheeseburger, just walk behind her till she gets the point. All right, let's hear how this protest is going. So far, this woman sounds very very balanced.
Rational.
Yeah.
This is not about money!
I mean, it's a Doge protest, so it's literally about money, but okay.
This is about the people. And the people? I see people with disabilities. You're beautiful. I see black people. You're beautiful.
You've got a rainbow on your bag. I already don't really want to listen to you.
I see disabled. These fucking people don't even realize how goddamn condescending and racist they are. I see handicapped people, you're beautiful. And then the next breath, I see black people, you're beautiful. So to her, the handicapped and black people, they both have a disability. And I need to point out how beautiful they are. These there is nothing more racist in this world than the liberal white woman. They are an absolute scourge of racism because it's that weird mommy racism. It's because these fat activist white slobs did not have children of their own. So now they have to project on everyone else their need to parent, their need to have a baby, but they're going to treat other people like their babies, other adult people like their babies, and that's incredibly condescending and shitty. So then you end up with some fat little white girl going, people in wheelchairs, I believe in you. Black people who I see as just like the people in the wheelchairs, I love you. Oh,
actually, for all of us in the wheelchairs, we get condescended to constantly. It's kind of annoying.
Shut up, wheel N.
see immigrants, you're beautiful. I see queer people, you're beautiful. I see Christians, Islamics, natives, anyone. You are beautiful.
No, you're not, though.
I mean, you're a 4. I mean, let's be, man, maybe even less than that. You kind of got a Rocky Dennis thing going on from here.
It doesn't look good, but maybe it's because the image is fuzzy?
Yeah, that could be a pixelation problem.
Thank you for existing, if no one's told you that. I thank you for existing. God thanks you for existing. Christians stand with you. Queer Christians stand with you.
Queer
Oh,
Christian.
my God. God stands with you. Queer Christians stand with you. Satanist Christians stand with you. You can't just...
Queer Christians, really? Hold on.
I guess you guys didn't do that thing that a lot of the Christians do where they read the book.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. You want me to tell him? Still? Yeah. No, I know. No, I've read the thing about Sodom and Gomorrah. No, I get it. Yeah. No, Sodomy. Yeah, is named after the... No, you're right. I don't think they have read it. All right, I'll tell him. God says he wants you all to read your Bible. So he just called me.
We are here and we are ready to fight because this is not okay.
What? What isn't okay? Finding out that, as Coyote NV says with his $4.99, Musk found 20 million dead people on Social Security? Is that okay? That's because, to me, that's not okay. That
Right?
20 million dead people are on Social Security still. And by the way, if you can't manage that, it's time to end it. If we can cut that out and we can cut out payments to people who die, then great. Let's fix that issue. Let's continue on. But if you can't, then the whole program needs to be shuttered. It needs to be done. On earth as it is in heaven.
Well, there's Social Security.
Just, I think, kind of what's our equivalent in the queer community of amen. It is a femininomenon. Let's go.
Oh, my God. I knew it from the bag. The bag alone.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon?
Phenomenon. Phenomenon. You know who I feel bad for? This poor Sikh bastard who's probably just trying to have his lunch. He's like, how the fuck did I wind up in here?
So, of course, everyone has to march up and get their moment for the mic. And by the way, they all have to act like they're a victim of recently being abused.
Hey,
this is a pride parade.
They're saying to the people who fight, to the people who fight back, they're fighting back. I don't know what Trump's done to them, but they're fighting back against it.
Oh, stopped treating the LGBTQ community like it was the end-all and be-all of everything.
By the way, that tattoo right there might as well be a red flag. Get the fuck out of Dodge.
Dude, the flag that they have on their back might as well be a red flag.
Yeah, it's, hey, lady, wrong color. Although she got a cute little body. This is how I end up fucking myself over in life all the time, is I'm just like...
right? Like, you just immediately overlook a lot of stuff. But
yeah.
Don't worry. I don't think you're in her usual market.
Yeah. Hair, problem. Flag, problem. Tattoo, problem. God, her midriff is nice. You know what? I think I could make this work.
She's got a solid core.
I need to know what it's like. That really is my biggest problem is, hey, Aaron, here's something that's perfectly well-adjusted and beautiful and great for you. What's her problem? She doesn't have any. I'm bored. Hey, Aaron, this one will burn your whole fucking life down. This is a giant mistake. She got a nice midsection, though. All right, let's roll the dice.
I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say it's officially confirmed.
Nope, I'm leaving.
One Mr. Imholt takes just a second, takes just a pee, sees himself a man, pretending to be a woman, says, you know what? I think I can fix this one. And just like that, that's how he died.
I'm done. I quit. I fucking retire. No, I don't want to be here. That was bad.
Bobby, clip it.
That was bad.
I want? You know what I need? Look, you know what you do best. Bobby, clip it.
If you hate Steel Toe, You've been going about it so wrong lately because I've just, you've been handed L after L. You have to keep making excuses. You guys try too fucking hard. That's your win right there. I just handed it to you on a fucking silver platter. I just talked about how nice that trans man's core is and said, got a nice little body, though. I just was gay as fuck. And you guys are going to be like, I bet you he murders his whole family. You're too retarded. You're too mentally ill. You're thinking too hard. I've broken your brain. Reset your brain to normal. Come back to the real world with the rest of us. I just fucked myself right there.
God, that was funny.
It's got
Freud, how was the slip?
It's got tits. Am I wrong?
Look, for me, I get to cop out on the fact that through the zoom and everything, it's fuzzy enough where I could have. It's ambiguous enough through the fuzz that
are those not tits?
Understand. Could just as easily be oranges from the grocery store. I don't know, man. Like,
go back. Maybe she said.
Look, this is again why I am a pro non-aftermarket guy, because nowadays you can buy just about anything.
Let's watch this person walk up. That's a chick with tits.
Hello, people who choose to fight back. I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, wait, no, trans man. So that's woman going to man, isn't it?
It doesn't matter. I know, but it's still.
So that doesn't make you gay.
That makes me something, though.
Well,
like
it means you want a chick with a.
No, this is a vagina person.
Well, they said trans man. See, if they're not going to identify as I'm a trans man if they're going to a woman.
But wait, they're just from the group. They might not be. They might just be a lesbo. Please help me.
I'm saying that.
Please help.
Transitioning from a female to a male would be a trans man.
Bro, I just Sue Lightninged myself. Look at her. That's a chick, bro.
There are slurs on my bathroom walls.
Oh, sorry about that. I just, I was mad at myself because I came too fast. So I was just projecting a lot of my inner angst out onto you. I really want to apologize for that. It was unprofessional and wrong.
Anything to wash over the last few minutes.
Public school. They can take away our rights. They can yell at us on the street, but they will never snuff us out.
However, if we get a chance to get to a school with a weapon, history has shown. You okay over there?
Oh, that was funny.
I don't think snuff us out was the right words to choose.
Because trans people are doing all the mass shootings now.
Yeah.
You see they stopped one in Indiana?
Yep.
There's a trans person. They
really big news story that they talk about everywhere. They should go and interview that person and talk to them. It's weird how much we've heard about that.
Back when it was bullied white kids in trench coats, I mean, you couldn't get another news story for a week after a mass shooting. But now it's just like we move right the fuck along. We don't even talk about taking anybody's guns.
We will not submit to bigotry.
All right, I feel a deep amount of shame in this story, so I'm glad we got to the end of that video clip.
I like the group of people like, we will not submit to bigotry. Like, who's making you do all this? Like, because I don't know anyone that's getting like regularly accosted. I'm sorry, I don't.
Let's go to Kraken Slapping. He says, Aaron, there needs to be more mods to kick spamming idiots. Oh, are people putting links? We're getting bulwark.com. Trump eats shit is putting up great center right never Trump site, the bulwark.com. Oh, sorry. Los Federales with $1 says, Johnny, I need your approval on a t-shirt design I'm working on. Nowhere close to finished, but I want to give you a sneak peek. I sent it to Aaron on X. It's a work in progress. I can email it to Johnny.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't even want to get to the. I'm getting to the part of the chat where we were when I found out that that was a trans man. Das Optic Nerve says, ah, ha, 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 gay. Oh, boy. Das Optic Nerve says, no, it makes him gay as fuck. You know, when you were trying to convince me, it didn't make me gay.
Well, no, but because again, it's a lady transitioning to being a man, so.
Dude, that
you like him
100% looked like a chick.
That she looks like she's all the way a chick, but I'm just saying eventually she won't be.
You know what? Trump eats shit. That guy was here yesterday. He sent me an email. For a hefty donation of $30, we will give you a guest spot on the show if you knock out the rest of our goal today. There. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan. Says, can't wait to hear Aaron's cover of the T-Pain classic, I'm in love with a trans man, when we hit the goal. Oh, God. Zen Man builds with $1 says, they will never snuff us out because 46% of us take care of it ourselves. Oh. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, this is getting real weird. Can we go back to discussing if children should be allowed to do secondhand coke? Oh, I have a feeling that this is going to be a recurring bit on the show and that I'm not going to live this down for quite some time.
Which one? You've listed a couple I can think of in the last 2-3 minutes.
The thing where I said the trans man had a nice little body.
Yep. She did.
Mussolini did. Thanks for jumping off this building with me.
Right.
$2 from Mussolini Diff says, Aaron's a fan of the mangina. Yeah, here we go.
No, she doesn't have a mangina yet. That's, for all we know, by the time she got around to all of that stuff, because it could take a while, paperwork and what have you, he could have traded models.
This is not helping. None of this is helpful. None of this makes me feel better about anything that just happened. But I appreciate you giving it the old college try.
All right. There you go. You wanted to give her the old college try. I figured I owed you the same.
Again, you know what I said about not helping?
Yeah?
That didn't help. None of that was good, as it were.
Maybe we should transition into a new story.
Oh, maybe that would be a good thing. $25 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and knock that out and call it another win for the toe. Thank you guys very much. If you feel like throwing in a few bucks, I appreciate it. I'm just reading. Approachable has a clip. Are you ready?
Yes, I've been waiting for these.
Got a nice midsection, though. All right, let's roll the dice.
I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, fuck. We got to take our camera down so we can watch.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, let's
so
go back.
I want to see your reaction more than
Let's put our camera. Johnny and I are up here. Oh wait, no, John. Hold on.
I'm still down there because I'm not linked.
There we go. Johnny and I are up here. The clip is down there.
Down there.
There. That's so. Watch down there for my real-time reaction. Don't look up here. Got a nice midsection, though. All right, let's roll the dice.
I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, fuck. And that's the end of the clip. There's nothing I can do to take that back.
Nope.
There's no way I can make that right again.
At least you're not a bigot. You know, you're open to new experiences.
I'm going to say this. I liked it better when I was a bigot.
Bigotry was better.
Bigotry caused me less problems, in my humble opinion. By the way, somebody said that Melton's Twitter got suspended. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. That would be my opinion. I don't really care. It's not really a big deal. I don't think it matters in the least, but couldn't happen to a nicer fella. I'll say that. I can't believe with his romantic obsession he has with us, I can't believe his YouTube hasn't been popped because he's the very definition of harassment. I mean, he's I don't give a fuck about it. People want to talk about me all day long. Just spell my name right. But yeah, it's I looked at
him Holte.
They just gave us a strike for that Elisa Jordana thing.
Right.
Dude, that guy probably, if the Elisa Jordana thing is a violation, his YouTube should probably be gone because he's clinically obsessed. It's a romantic obsession at this point. But hey, I'm glad that I can have more viewers and I can have more, notoriety. They're all my viewers. They're all my fans. I ain't watching for you. You're literally a pipe. That's all you are. You're a conduit to get to more.
Big pipe, let me tell you.
You're just you're a gravy pipe to get to more me. That's your life. Congratulations. Your life is you are a servant in my paradise, as it were. Let's go to Kamala. Speaking of paradise, Kamala was backstage at A Wonderful World on Broadway. And she went back there to give a big rousing speech before their performance. Now, you might think, oh, God, isn't it weird? Like, wouldn't the people on Broadway be like, oh, God, I don't want her to talk to me. You got to remember, dude, this is theater. This is Broadway. They love her.
Or just anyone of notoriety. I mean, sure, they wouldn't want Trump there, but yeah, like it's a former vice president. You're going to be like, oh, my God, the vice president was here. Hooray.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at this speech because, there's a possibility that I don't like this up here, by the way. I just did that.
I know.
For the thing. There's a possibility that now that she's not running for president, there's a chance that maybe she's better at this shit now.
Stress is off, I hear.
Yeah, the stress is off. Maybe she's a better public speaker. Let's see how it goes. I don't get out much these days. I'm clinically fucking depressed. I haven't handled the loss very well. In fact, this is the first time I've showered and combed my hair in a couple of months.
It took a pit crew to get me here.
And then, but Spirit's tired, but it cannot be defeated. Never let anybody defeat that. Because then what do we have left? When we think about these moments where we see things that are being taken, but also let's see it as nature abhors a vacuum. So where there's a vacancy, then let's fill it. Right?
What the fuck does that even mean? Where we see a vacancy, let's fill it. That, again, every time she speaks, word salad.
So, it's not vacant, the presidency, because you didn't get that job.
That's true. We don't need to fill that vacancy. We did with the other guy.
And let's know that the reality is that the progress of our nation has always been about the expansion of rights, not the restriction of rights. We're seeing a U-turn right now.
Oh, screw you.
Whose rights are being taken away?
See, that's the narrative they want to push, though, because, again, enough people are losing enough little auxiliary...
I didn't laugh.
No, it's fine. You can laugh.
No,
I overreacted before. I shouldn't have overreacted before. It's an MS thing, and I hadn't had my... I'll be able to say it tomorrow. It's the weirdest thing. I'll be able to say it tomorrow, but today I can't say auxiliary or whatever the fuck it is.
It's
It happened on my show. I shouldn't have freaked out. It's me and a me issue.
It's actually
auxiliary.
It's pronounced Samsonite.
God, I was way off.
But it's like these people think that making trans people pay for their own top or bottom surgery is taking away their rights.
Right. And that's enough where you get that mixed with little social service programs that again have been conveniently linked into all this stuff that you're going to have enough people believing, oh, they're taking away our rights. But in reality, the thing that's getting smaller is actually the government. She doesn't mean people's rights need to continue expanding in this country. She means people's government needs to keep expanding in this country. The people getting the paychecks and all those things. The ones that, the checks that didn't get marked down who they're going to. Those people need to keep that going.
It's, really... This idea that, that people's rights are being taken away, I don't agree with. But also, when you look at it, it's also giving the people what they want. Like the military said, no trans people and no transition surgeries in the military. And guess what? They've reported now since January their biggest increase in recruiting in 16 years. So people didn't want to, it made them uncomfortable to be in the military. It took away from cohesion in the military, which is very important to have these special things being done for people.
It's weird, though. If you say that about race, you're okay if you're Trevor Noah. But if you say that about gender, you're a bigot if you're us on this show.
Those rights to be maintained, which means we have to be vigilant, and it's just the nature of it. Look at this beautiful play and everything that we know he was suppressed. He had to suppress so much. But he knew, and he took those risks. But we have to be clear-eyed, and it doesn't mean we don't see the beauty in everything, right? These things all coexist. But I believe we fight for something, not against something.
I really, as her whole campaign was fighting against Donald Trump, not for anything. She really does just talk like a wine mom. It's remarkable. She is a wine mom to the max. And by the way, I want to rewind to a certain part. She fucking has Anton Chigurh face. Right there. That was it. Hold on. That, imagine her making that face after she goes, don't put that in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. If you put it back in your pocket, it will become mixed up with the other coins and become just a coin. Which it is. Can we? All right. So we have this Kamala face, right? Let's keep it on that face.
Let's find out Anton Chigurh now.
Let's go to Anton Chigurh and let's do a side-by-side. Anton Chigurh, the gas station scene, and Kamala Harris.
This is why you need a studio director. It'd be easier to do with
Chigurh.
Screen set.
Here we go. This is perfect. I think we've got something here.
You're not wrong when she brings her chin all the way in.
I'm telling you.
Which it is.
Okay. There's Chigurh. Okay.
Okay.
Just a coin.
Right there. That's Chigurh face.
Okay.
That's Kamala face. Dude, Chigurh. Kamala.
They're remarkably similar. I will give you that.
Dude, she's got Javier Bardem head.
Javier Bardem is playing the vice president. It's official. They took her to the mountain, and Javier Bardem is playing her. Oscar award-winning actor Harvey Bardem is faking as the president. We broke it here.
If you put
or
that,
vice president, whatever.
Don't put that fake ballot in your pocket. It's your lucky fake ballot. If you put it in your pocket, it'll get mixed up with the other fake ballots and become just a ballot. Which it is. Although she also puts Crippy hands up when she does hers, so she looks totally tarted out. Whereas he looks in control of the situation. She's more of like Muppet Babies version of Chigurh. I like Broadway. And he's like, I'll fucking kill you if that thing comes up tails, motherfucker. Oh, man. That is perfect. I love that Kamala has Chigurh face. It's too perfect. Thank you very much to Mussolini Diff. He says, Aaron, the bald F, your pronouns guy, said a trans woman has a nice pair. No need to feel alone. The bald F, your pronouns guy said. So somebody else said that person had a nice pair?
Somebody said they were close to me?
Yeah, right. I don't. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, maybe when the left is talking, you should not. Maybe when the left is talking, you should not. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm fucking up today. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $2 says you might be attracted to dudes, but at least you can pronounce auxiliary. So you got that going for you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I'd say I'm not going to live it down, but this is going to go with me all the way to the end. So yeah, I'm really not going to.
Thank you very much to Dive Bar for $1. He says, yeah, but sadly, when the Democrats get back in office, they will probably give all those transgender people who were kicked out of the military 20-year honorable discharges and retirement. Well, I mean, Trump is giving the all the military people who got kicked out because they wouldn't take the vaccine, he's giving them all back pay and their jobs back. So yeah, when other, but that's okay.
Does that have to do with? Does that affect like recruitment and enrolled intake? Yeah, no, I got recruitment right. All right, like I screwed up on that. That was just an innocent flub.
Oh, so I could make fun of that one if I want to.
You can make fun of auxiliary or whatever the fuck the word is. I can't get it right today, and it's just going to be a thing. I flipped out for a second because I caught me having an MS problem. I don't give a shit if you make fun of it. It's one of those things where in the moment I freaked out. I had to take my antidepressants and chill out a little bit. That's all it was. If I get stressed about it, it'll get worse. So don't worry about it. Make fun of it all you want.
Fauci's Pangolin says, Kamala, what about world peace? I like turtles. That's about right. That's about right.
Fits.
$20 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. As soon as that 20 is knocked out, we debut Johnny's AI song and video in the arms of the toe. Now, you understand
I have the auxiliary video over there.
You understand that title itself is a little contradictory.
Right. The whole thing is supposed to be stupid.
Because you can't, how can you be in the arms
right
of a toe?
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
In an odd way, it creates a need to hear it. It's like, how does that work? Exactly. That's what people are asking. $20 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Did you hear about the poor little Costco cake possum?
No.
Did you hear about him? Little possum went into diabetic shock and had to go to the hospital because he ate a whole Costco cake. Yeah. Poor guy. Look at him. Look at the little fella.
Oh, no.
This family found this possum fucking passed out on their front porch because he ate a Costco cake. And so basically they were just, this possum was Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction. After she thought that was cocaine, she did a shitload of heroin.
Oh, boy. So they gotta give him insulin or?
I don't know what you do for a possum who ate a cake. A real estate agent in Omaha, Nebraska, exciting, recently got an unexpected house guest, a hungry opossum who ate the entire tuxedo chocolate mousse cake she recently bought from Costco. All right, prediction. This is a white woman who bought a tuxedo chocolate mousse cake. She bought that cake for herself. She bought it just so she could have some chocolate mousse cake. That sounds like a me-time self-indulgence thing.
Okay.
I don't think she was throwing a party for anyone. Sometimes white women will do that, bro.
I don't know.
White women will buy themselves cake sometimes.
I've never dated one, so I wouldn't know.
Look, despite all their peccadillos, despite all their problems and their issues, I do think they're the best. Actually, no, you know what people usually say? Asians are the best.
That's what they do.
They say that Asian women are usually the best for getting along and temperament and shit like that. I won't say which ones they say are the worst because, things have been going well today. Kim Doggett walked outside last Sunday to find her chocolate cake on the floor of her back porch, brown paw prints on her new beige couch, and a panting possum lying on top of it. Yeah, so this guy got into her house and passed the fuck out on the couch because he was dying from a sugar overdose from eating the cake. I got to be honest with you. It serves him right, the little fucker, to take something that isn't his.
Just learn to control your indulgences, man.
Earlier that night, Doggett asked her son to take her homemade peanut butter balls outside to the deck as their refrigerator was full. Peanut butter balls is what I call that woman I was commenting on at that protest earlier. It's just my little peanut butter balls. We just ran out of the room, Doggett said. And in the wintertime, it works out great because you don't have to slam everything in the fridge. You can set it out on the back deck. Upon opening the door, her son quickly shut it and refused to go back out. Oh, what a pussy.
So why? Because it was cold?
Because there's a possum out there. Says there's a possum on your couch, Hayden Doggett said to her. I really thought he was messing with me, so I went over and I turned the light on. I opened the door and I was like, oh my. And then I was like, oh, it ate the Costco cake. The whole thing was sitting on the ground next to the couch. The two tried to shoo the possum away, but with no luck, she began to consider whether the chocolate could have been poisonous to the animal. Well, no, I mean, it's a tiny little thing, and like any amount.
It's just way too much. It'd be like you eating a car's worth of chocolate.
Yeah. Eating the entire cake likely saved the possum's life. How? Eating the entire cake likely saved the possum's life. The cake bandit is currently being treated for both her recent dietary habits and, unrelated lead toxicity. Okay, so it ate the whole cake, and then they found out that this fucker had lead poisoning. So this shitty little animal was just eating it was apparently eating pencils?
Whatever could get its fucking hands on, apparently.
Chewing lead paint, eating Costco cakes. Oh, by the way, if you were wondering, hey, are possums nice? Are they cute little, furball little animals? Would you like a picture of this recovered possum at the Nebraska Wildlife Rehab?
It looked so cute when it was on the couch.
Yeah, they're fucking assholes.
Oh, dear Lord, that thing looks angry.
Yeah.
Dude, if it almost looks like a ferret.
It's not a dog. It's a ferret. They are just little. I've heard that, though.
They're little dicks?
That possum, yeah, they're cunts. Possums are little shitheads. They look cute. And they're just little shitbags. Every single one of them. I don't have a problem with anything, eating a whole cake and then laying on a couch. I mean, hell, there but for the grace of God go I.
How many times have that been your Sunday?
I mean, if something was, if people were going to put me down every time I ate way too much and then laid down, I mean, every Thanksgiving I'd be beheaded. No, thank you. No, thank you. Boys and girls, we are just $20 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much. Go ahead and knock that out. You might say, hey, we haven't been talking a lot of goal today. I love it. I love today's show. This is perfect. The only thing that would make it more perfect, what? More perfect, huh? More perfect is if we got that last $20 in and called it another win for the toe. Hey, do you remember that really cute damaged Hooters chick that got the DUI and offered to make out with the police officer? You don't remember her?
No, I don't think so. I remember, wasn't there a stripper?
No, this was a Hooters waitress. She's such a little cutie. This is another one that I'd probably ruin my life over. Because she's a ginormous red flag. She's a huge fucking problem. Probably drags everyone down with her. But I'd be like, God damn, though, she is cute as a button. She's I had this weird thing in my life up until literally a year ago where I'm like, hey, wait a minute, but they're attractive. They're good looking. They can't be a horrible human being. They can't be a complete fucking mess. I think they're attractive. I thought me finding someone attractive was a quality that redeemed any red flags or problems that they had.
You have classic I can fix them syndrome, except you're a dude.
Captain Save-A-Ho, I think is what they call it.
Oh, there we go. That's the male version.
I don't know what to tell. I was a retard, and I'm currently in retard rehab with a beautiful woman who doesn't have serious fucking hang-ups. And it's working great so far. But it's, it's like being in AA. It's like being in recovery. You got to remind yourself of that every day. You're like, you're not that guy anymore, and you're way healthier, and this is way better. You're doing great,
But every once in a while, that guy's on your side. But wasn't it fun? Let's go out and play.
Well, no, you see,
I want to go play.
That other guy shows up when stories like this come up, and he goes, God, she is fucking cute. She is a disaster. What are you doing? You don't go anywhere. Like a normal guy goes, she's a fucking disaster. Her looks don't matter. I look at her, and I work back from hot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of guys do that. I don't feel like you're really in the minority here.
After talking about how fucked up I was and how I fucked up and I made huge mistakes, I hear from more dudes that aren't like that. There's a lot of them. I think most guys are healthy, normal dudes who are like, yeah, I don't care how fucking hot she is. She's a goddamn train wreck. I'm not letting that into my life.
I don't believe that for a second. I feel like literally there's different levels of wading into the pool. And sure, you might have found a new deep end compared to most of us, but I feel like everybody's at least getting their toes wet. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like, no, I can save a hoe, but it only goes so far. And you're like, no, I can save a hoe. And meanwhile, while the rest of us would be like, let's go back to shore, you're Lieutenant Dan on the boat. And you're just like, F you, God, I'm right here.
But you understand, I'm trying to be Lieutenant Dan going, Forrest, I never did thank you for saving my life.
Right.
I tell you,
you're not there yet.
Did I tell you I reached out to Gary yesterday?
No.
Yeah.
How did that go?
I reached out to Gary and I said, look, I've been through a lot. I've learned a lot, changed a lot as a person. I just wanted to say, we were running and gunning each other after, the whole thing. I just want to apologize for anything I did that was fucked up, anything that I did wrong. I'd like to apologize for any stress or anything that caused. And if you'd like to get a beer or something and talk shop, I'd love to. And I will at suggestion, keep the response private, as it were. Let's go to numero uno. Josh Denny fan says the Hunch got banned for celebrating MLC co-host Felicia's car crash. She live streamed it. I don't know if this is also a part of self-improvement, but every time someone's like, here's content with absolutely no value, it's just someone suffering and them getting in a car crash on a live stream. And, like part of me feels like, I don't know, is that for the show? If you dip your toe into that fucking crazy bitch world, is that a step back? It's like there's plenty of other shit to talk about than someone live streaming a car crash. But I feel like if it weren't,
yeah, but what did we just recently get
that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't this Felicia chick and it was just some stranger on the internet, which she is a stranger, I don't know the fucking bitch, but would I play it? And I probably would. Should we see the you want to see the car crash? Someone's live streaming a car crash. I have an idea. Hey, you know how you can avoid a car crash, Johnny?
How's that? Don't live stream while you're doing it?
You cannot live stream while you're driving. You can live stream in a studio. This, to me, is typical thirsty internet person behavior.
Well, yeah, because Jack Doherty, who's actually like a live streamer that gets a lot of people watching him, does the same kind of shit. He does this setup stuff with this. So I wouldn't be surprised if lower end people are now like, well, he does it. He got views. I'll get in a car crash. Or just live streaming it will get you in a car crash.
It's 10 seconds. We can spare it.
Oh, wow. You're not paying attention to your
Oopsie daisy. Yeah, I mean, she was staring right at the camera when the accident happened.
This is the problem with the whole IRL streamers thing. They, like, if you get any, like, decency with it, you develop a natural, like, almost instinct to keep focus with the camera because that's your subject, and your subject wants it right. But there's certain things you shouldn't be doing while you're doing that, like driving. Hell, I can't even do it while I'm walking.
All right, ready? Look at my eyes. Here's the road. See?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're driving along. Here's what she was doing. So there's the road. That's what you need to keep an eye on so that you don't crash your car. Right? I mean, that's a countdown to when you're going to crash.
Right.
Fucking Toonces could have kept that car on the road better. Toonces would have done a better job. Sam Show says, insurance, don't delete this. Yeah, look, it takes a special type to live stream you driving. And then, like, even live streaming yourself driving in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. But when you're live streaming now I would say just don't do it. But when you're live streaming while you're driving and you think that the camera is more important to make eye contact with than the road. I mean, fuck, I do an in-studio show. I barely ever look at my camera because I'm not good with eye contact. By the way, very funny to see Chad Chad tweeted this. You guys need to go outside. You need to stop. There's Chad celebrating the suspension of Patrick Melton on Twitter and just writes another win for the toe. Oh. These guys are going to find out one day that they have this weird thing where they think I'm as invested as they are. They're going to find out one day. They're going to be like, Aaron really genuinely does not seem to give a shit. But until they do figure out that day, it'll be funny to watch. It'll be funny to watch. $20 away from today's goal. If you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, we're almost there. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go check it out. Throw in a couple of bucks. We also have the new steel toe long sleeve, another win for the toe long sleeve and t-shirt. They're both in. There you go. There's the another win for the toe. Simple, to the point. Also, today, I think I'm going to be putting a new logo up on the shop.
Okay.
We'll start with stickers. We'll put it on shirts. We'll see if you like it. There's the t-shirt, of course. Another win for the toe. Same thing. Long sleeve t-shirt. Johnny has his Exotic Meats t-shirt up on the store. We got the mugs, the Save Gordy hoodies, the classic logo hoodies, the I Stand With Johnny shirts. Go check it out at tinyurl.com/STMS merch or Steel Toe Morning Show shop on Spring. Thank you guys very much. All right, let's get to the Hooters waitress. A few months ago, she got pulled over for DUI. The body cam footage got released, and it turns out she was trying to make out with the cop.
Okay.
During the DUI. We got an update, but let's watch this first.
We're going to make out here.
Okay.
We're going to make out here.
No, we are not. Here,
turn off the lights.
Stop right there.
Turn off the lights. We're going to make out.
Wait. Stay right there for
me.
Okay.
My bad. It's my bad.
All right.
I got to pee, bro.
I know.
Way to ruin the mood.
We're going to make out. I got to pee, bro. Yeah, that,
by the way,
2 different speeds right there.
By the way, this is where the mandatory body cams ruined the ability of people like me to be a cop. Because I would see nothing wrong with just going, all right, sounds good.
Jesus Christ, man.
You're
there to protect and serve.
I
and
wouldn't
serve doesn't
let her
mean you're dick.
No, I wouldn't let her back on the road. I'd give her a ride home. I'd have her car towed. I just wouldn't give her a DUI.
It's all about her safety. You know, you want to make sure she feels safe and secure.
No, the driver's on the road. I would have her car towed to the impound.
And you'd give her a ride home.
What I'm saying is, if I were an officer, I would do all the right things. I would get her vehicle off the road. I'd have it impounded. I'd take her home. She wouldn't be driving, so I would neutralize the threat to the public. She would just make out with me, though, and I wouldn't give her a DUI. Is that corrupt?
Yes.
Oh.
Actually.
But, there's no threat to I neutralized the threat to the public.
Mean, it's a more innocent corruption than, say, taking money to look the other way for drug trafficking or sexual assault or something like that. But, yeah, you're still being corrupt because you're like, well, as opposed to giving you a ticket and really reprimanding you for this, we kind of expunged the whole thing because you gave me, 20 minutes of drunken tonsil hockey?
Can I ring the bell every time I would have fucked up as a cop?
You're not going to stop, but go ahead.
Let's play this a minute, 36 seconds.
It's going to be a solid tone.
Let's do a minute, 36 seconds and see. I want you to count how many times I ring the bell. How many times I would have done the wrong thing as a cop.
Okay.
We're going to make out here.
Okay.
We're going to make out here.
No, we are not. Here,
turn off the lights.
Stop right there.
Turn off the lights. We're going to make out.
Wait. Stay right there for me.
Okay. It's my bad. It's my bad.
All right.
I got to pee, bro.
I know. I have to pee as well.
Bro. I gotta pee.
Okay, do you want to try this first exercise for me?
I will do anything for you, Daddy. God damn.
All right.
You in that suit? I will do fucking anything for you.
Can you put your feet together?
I'll put my feet together.
And your hands on your side.
Whatever you say, Daddy.
Okay. Now before
I'll put my
we
hand on
start...
my hip.
No, I was grabbing my flashlight.
Oh, whatever you want, Daddy.
Okay. Before we start,
Hey, fair shirt.
are you wearing
Fair
contacts right now?
Are you wearing contacts right now?
No, I'm wearing glasses.
No, I am wearing
hold on.
contacts.
Here.
Wait, you see this? I am wearing contacts.
Sophia,
You see this?
can you put your shirt down?
I am wearing contacts.
Can you put your shirt down?
I am wearing contacts. I swear to God, I'm wearing contacts.
Hold on, I want you to think for like 2 seconds.
I am wearing contacts.
Sophia.
You might have glasses, but I am wearing contacts.
Hey, Sophia.
I swear to God, I'm wearing contacts.
Like 2 seconds.
Why are you such a nerd, bro?
In all seriousness.
Bro, don't be such a fucking nerd, bro.
All right, I got 2 pieces of news for you. 1, I lost count.
Okay.
And 2, I lost count because I got distracted by the video.
Because you were counting how many times you would have fucked up as a cop.
Right? I got to admit, I lost contacts. I have to admit, I might have tapped out over at that one. Although it almost looked like she was about to puke at one point where I was like, oh. Because right there in the beginning where she went, oh,
and
like that. Like, I don't know, that's just off-putting for me.
All right, well, there's...
I also I'm not into the, oh, Jesus Christ.
You're not into what?
No, never mind. I would have tapped that bell a lot more. Now that I see a decent photo.
All right, well, this was back in November. Here's her update.
Body cam doesn't do her justice.
Never does, you know? Here's the update from Sophia.
All I can really say is that I really want people to learn from my mistake.
Where were you a year ago, bitch? Why? If she could have gotten this DUI like November of 23, I'd have been sound as a pound.
I do have a lot of people, reiterating the fact that it was a stupid decision. It was a poor choice. But I think it's really important to, I've been trying to stay positive. I think it's important to stay positive about the entire thing. And I do have a really good support system, friends and family. Everybody just kind of telling me to use this opportunity to send a positive message out there.
You want to go look at more pictures?
Yeah, this is getting boring.
You suck, lady. Go bring me some fucking chicken wings.
It's official. The drunk version's better. Holy Jesus, yeah. Like, dude, no offense. She's got a great core. Pretty sure that's all chick, right? No Adam's apple there. You're clear.
I don't see a dick.
Which is weird because that's not usually your type.
There's our Sophia. Just hanging out. Just having a good time out on a beach. She is, though, a walking red flag. She's a fucking problem. Like, you can see it in the eyes. You can see it in the thirst trap pictures. She is a fucking problem.
That last photo there, she was holding a football. Now, would you put her back in the game if the first time you trusted her at the Super Bowl on the 1 yard line, she shoved it up her ass and pogoed into the enemy teams?
Oh, I wouldn't want to see such a beautiful angel get hurt, She's the equipment manager through and through, my friend.
She handles the ball bag. Oh.
SP writes, nice feedback on the tranny temptation. Good job.
He likes them in flux is what he does.
It wasn't a tranny temptation. It was, we still don't.
It was female to male.
Look,
so, like, technically it started out as a lady.
We still don't know what happened there. We still don't know what happened with that. The Steel Toe is still investigating that whole issue.
Well, you're heading that investigation. I ain't going near it.
Deal. No, wait, no, because that's a trans investigation.
Did you jump at that quick?
No. That's not what
don't fucking jump out of your chair for me making you do some extra work. All right then, buddy.
That's not what I meant.
Oh,
I
heard the thirst in his voice.
I did it wrong.
Like a man parched from the desert. It's mine.
I did it wrong. That was that was my fault. Shit. Helgi writes, nice midsection, huh, Aaron? Fuck. Nomo says, at least she still loves you, even with your perversions. No, what I was saying about Sophia is that I've learned now. And what I've learned is, like, you can find a woman who's attractive and isn't a walking time bomb. Like, that Sophia chick, that's a fucking problem. You stay away. Looks nice from over there. Stay over there. And there's a lot more guys who are like that than I think you even know. Papa Shab quoting. God damn it. This is not going away. Papa Shab, she's like, got a good core.
You're saying there's a lot more guys like that than you even know. All right, check our chat and see how many of them are like, you know what? Like, she's beautiful and all, but I don't know.
Don't get me wrong. There's guys who would sleep with her, but I think they know better than to get in a relationship with her.
Are you saying you didn't or don't?
I didn't. I do.
You do now.
I do now. But I didn't back in the day. All right, we got a bunch more. I was going to say shit. That's probably accurate. We got a bunch more shit to get to today. Let's knock out that last $20 and call it another win for the tow. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, it's freezing right now. And if your vehicle goes in the ditch, and it won't start, you get in an accident, whatever, you need somebody fast who's going to be there for you. And the quickest is All Care Towing. Whether it's hopefully not motorcycles and this shit, compact cars, SUVs, heavy-duty equipment, you name it, they can haul it. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. All Care Towing in central Minnesota. Again, nobody quicker. Chips and Diff says, new T-shirt, she's got a good core. Clompogram says, a leopard never changes its spots, Daddy. 500 trillion Zimbabwean dollars towards the goal says, I am horrible at falling for red flag women, but I've changed maybe. Well, that's what I think. I don't have a,
I'm just saying every guy falls for red flag women until they learn not to. It's just how bad did the red flag have to be?
Like I said,
yours.
Like I said, I worked back from attractive. That was my thing. I worked back from attractive. All right, there's another $2 from High. He says for the goal. That puts us 15 away. Lots of ones and twos. Appreciate that. Those add up. Somebody did quote, got a blown tranny? Call All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Thank you. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. If you're looking for something for sport, hunting, or self-defense, they've got it for you at Midland Armory. Go talk to Derek or Tracy. Right now, they have Glock specials just for Steel Toe listeners. Check it out at midlandarmory.com or Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Knives, optics, parts, and gear, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. midlandarmory.com. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our buddy Cheetos at Stoney's. I tell you, best place you can go for a good party, especially on Thursdays where it's $2 cans, or perhaps on the weekends where they've got live music, live bands. Go check them out. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see them tonight. Have a couple of beers, have a cocktail, have one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. Get out of the cold and go into Stoney's and play some darts or play some pool. Hang out with your pals, have a pizza. That's Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Veldrain with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, that means we are $5 away from today's goal and the debut of Johnny's song, In the Arms.
Now it's going to make me look like a piece of shit because I can't say auxiliary. Like, fuck, I can't do it. Like, I know the spelling and the pronunciation. My brain just won't.
In the Arms of the Toe.
Make me look like shit.
$5 away from In the Arms of the Toe. McBuster says, listens to Eric Church and watches wrestling. Huge red and pink flags. Get it? I'm gay. See how good
Nobody
these
clipped that one
shows are when we don't have to worry about a goal? Look at the gold you got out of me today. I felt relaxed, I felt cool, and I hit on a trans person. The good shit you guys get out of Steel Toe when we're not worried about a goal.
Context drops thing stopped, and I miss those because just today's episode alone, I feel like we could have 3 or 4 that were pretty decent.
She's got a good core. I like her midsection. I'm part of Trans Man Utah. Fuck. You ever feel like it's the Truman Show and the whole world is geared to kind of fuck with you? Like that clip, knew I was watching, knew I would say that, and went, all right, here's what we're going to throw at them. Motherfuckers.
I mean, this year at least, I feel like, yeah, that could be the case. It switches people. Is how they keep it going.
Moves around, yeah.
The viewers would get bored.
Cycles through. $5 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Throw in your dollars. Anything you go over goes towards tomorrow morning, and we do appreciate it. Okay. This is something that, I mean, this should be easy. This is something that I think multiple generations have talked about. And really, this seems kind of Democrat and Republican. Jack Brennan with $10. Wow, being very mean to Stoney's. Says, can you send me a Stoney's gift card, please? Just kidding. I'd rather be dead than within 500 miles of that shithole. God bless. You know, Jack Brennan, I'm going to go ahead and say you probably don't have a lot of pals. You're probably not a guy who would be hanging out around bars very often. You don't seem very pleasant. You know what? If you weren't probably already a recovering alcoholic, I'd probably say have a drink. You need to take the edge off, but you seem like the type who's maybe got some issues. But thank you very much for the $10. It's better in my pocket than yours with that kind of attitude, mister. That means...
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Another win for the toe. Thank you very much, boys and girls. So, people are accusing Jack Brennan of sucking a lot of dick.
Oh, no.
It's not very nice. Trans Man Utah's midsection writes, hi, Aaron. I hear you like my abs. It's not going away. It's not going away. Atomic Ray says, oh, we are visited by the Jack Brennan trans viewer. No, I think he gives off more recovering alcoholic 12-stepper vibes, like dry drunk vibes, than he does trans vibes. I'll defend him on that one. I'll defend Jack Brennan. All right, let's go to this. Again, I think this, and then we'll get to the song. Yeah. I think this is something that is I've heard my uncles, grandparents, people my age, people younger than me talk about this same issue. And like when so many people are for something, it's like what Carlin said, even in a fake democracy, people ought to get what they want once in a while. Now that RFK Jr. is in charge, shit's going down at the FDA and the Health and Human Services. Donald Trump's United States Department of Agriculture U.S. Drug Administration, or is that Department of Agriculture?
I think it's Department of Agriculture.
No,
the USDA is what's...
USDA I thought was FDA. Was Federal Department of Agriculture.
Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
United States Drug Administration. Oh, no, last week, Department of Agriculture Secretary. Okay. So they're going to work with RFK Jr. on this. The USDA might not let people use food stamps to buy junk food and soda. I mean, this seems like one of those about time things.
Yeah. If obesity is an issue, okay.
Not
and
only
isn't food stamps the whole idea to again, like, it's because you can't afford to survive on your own. It's not going to help us if you can't afford to survive already, and then you're going to be fat and have health issues from that too.
Not only is obesity a massive health problem in the United States, it's the #1 health problem amongst our poor. We are the only country in the world where the #1 health problem with those in poverty is obesity.
Because junk food is cheap.
Because they're eating junk food with their food stamps. And I think that's only fair if we're footing the bill. You know, the Trump administration is like, fuck every other Republican administration. They're the first administration in my lifetime who genuinely feels like they give a shit about saving taxpayers' money. Versus, I think, like the Bushes and Reagans and others, I think they only meant it as like a political ploy.
Yeah.
You know, I think Trump actually does look at this, and you can say it's because he runs things like a business, but he looks at it and he goes, well, this is other people's money, and we're sitting here spending it on dog shit. Let's stop doing that. And we've lived our whole lives thinking it took like an act of Congress or something like that to enact these things. And now we're learning under Trump, no, literally, we could just do it whenever we want to.
Yeah, it's just the people in power seemingly didn't want to do it.
Americans on food stamps could be banned from buying bad food and sugary drinks, according to Trump's Department of Agriculture secretary. We should call this the Richard Simmons Act in honor of him. You know, that was his big thing, was fighting obesity and bad diet and health and all that. Will we ever take food out of a hungry child's mouth? Of course not. This is the United States of America, said Seth Rollins. I'm just kidding. Secretary Brooke Rollins. Truly, this program has grown so large, especially in the last administration under Biden. I think the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP or food stamps, grew almost 30% more than before. We really need to look at where that money is going and what it's being spent on. I look forward to working with Bobby Kennedy as we figure out, do we have the healthiest choices? So when a taxpayer is putting money into SNAP, are we okay with us using their tax dollars to feed really bad food and sugary drinks to children who perhaps need something more nutritious? Well, let's also not forget that the more sugary food and sugary drinks you give poor kids, it's going to send them to the doctor, it's going to send them to the dentist, and we're going to pay for that too.
It's, in a way, it's a bad investment that you're spending our money on, and it's going to have negative returns.
And spare me with the cheap shit. Like, spare me with, oh, but the junk food is cheap. Go to the grocery store, go to the fruit and produce section, and then go to the candy section and tell me which one's cheaper.
Oh, God, especially now if you're looking at chocolate. Jesus Christ. But I'd say this, too. Go to the egg section. Tell me those aren't a little pricey.
Those are a bit much. You're right.
Dude, I found out, too, Canada is, like, overflowing with eggs. Like, I'm like, dude, I have a friend in Canada. I'm like, me and you need to start fucking
Are they really?
funneling
Are
eggs
they?
over. There's no problem with eggs over there. But again, they didn't have an administration go around and summarily, you know, nuke fucking chickens, farms left, right, and sideways.
Yeah, Biden was just out there slaughtering cheese with a meat cleaver, just hacking heads off of chickens left and right.
Yep.
The egg-laying chickens. He's just whacking them. But I don't know, man. Canada. So, like, Canada's not worried about bird flu, so it really is an inside job to just fucking sabotage the American economy before Trump gets in there.
Yup.
Because
and it's already working because everyone's complaining the economy's bad. And like I said, the Band-Aid's being ripped off and a lot of people are feeling pain and everybody's reacting, knee-jerking to their right now. Meanwhile, when, you know, 2-3 years ago when we were in those positions with Biden, they're like, well, you know, he got this from Trump and you can't, and COVID was just kind of his to deal with. And he's just, you know, and so it's weird. He's supposed to have it all done. He's been in office for a month now.
Well, and, you know, it's not like the bird flu knows borders. So, I mean,
no, bird flu's like, it's cooler in Canada, bro. I'm staying.
But it's like, if it's here, then it's there. And Canada's not freaking out and whacking chickens everywhere.
Nope.
So they don't have expensive eggs in Canada right now?
No, they don't have any egg issues in Canada.
Egg prices in Canada. $4.74 a Canadian dollar in July.
And a Canadian dollar is 70 cents or something of an American dollar.
Well, then that's still as expensive as our eggs are.
Really?
Yeah.
They're like $20 or something somewhere, I thought.
No, Jesus Christ.
Somebody was talking about egg prices being ridiculous.
Oh, no, I'm retarded and I don't understand how exchange rates work, so you're right.
Yeah.
That's $3.30 American for a dozen eggs, which is still, like, expensive to where it used to be.
Yeah. But no, I thought it was higher than that for ours here. Aren't ours like 6?
Yeah, they're way more. That's Canada has way cheaper eggs than we do.
Yeah.
Fuck, we should be driving into Canada and grabbing some eggs, dude.
Right?
I don't
know.
know
Your passport on you?
I don't know if the math works out with that. I don't think I'm allowed to.
Shit, I don't have a passport. You're not allowed to leave the state. How are we supposed to make this thing work?
I can ask someone if I can leave the state, and they probably would let me. They'd
Yeah,
be
but
fine
then they're
with
going to
it.
be like, where are you going? We can't tell them, like, hey, we're just going to try and run an egg hustle. Quick.
I'm going to Canada to get some eggs.
We're just going to fill 2 SUVs full of eggs and then just offload them all the way back home.
That's what you got to do to make up for the cost of gas, is you've got to buy a metric fuck ton of eggs and then sell them here.
Right. And we just like I said, from north to south, we just offload them more and more as we go.
Dude, if I fold down all the seats in the Tahoe.
Aaron Eggy Seed is what they'll be calling you.
Wait, what's the name?
Aaron Eggy Seed, because you can't be Appleseed.
Aaron Eggy Seed. That sounds like there's something wrong with my jizz.
Well, I mean, consider the source. Whoever's spouting the story, anyway.
Geese Artel with a good point. He says, I'll pay an extra $5 a month for eggs in exchange for that other shit Trump is fixing. It's interesting.
Well, that's
right?
the thing. We're not paying it in exchange for the other shit Trump is fixing. We're paying it. It would have been this way either way. Like, this is one of those things where no administration would be changing the price of eggs right now.
All right, guys in the chat, we don't need to come up with the Aaron nickname for me smuggling eggs into the country. Copogram says, say you're going to a fertility clinic. All right. No, we'll tell them we're going to get an abortion.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Will be a sob story. Helgi, thank you very much for the $5. He's got a clip for us. Oh, Veldrain had a link he wanted us to do too. I'm so sorry, Veldrain. Where is it? I'm gonna go find it. There it is. Good. All right. Let's what is this? AZ's crying game moment over She-Hulk's trans friend. This is from 2 years ago. Oh, isn't this guy that got really mad?
The one that's like, stop modern daying us.
This is the guy who got mad when there was a trans, like you could be
like a gender option in a game.
Gender neutral or whatever. Or no, they put pronouns in a game.
Yep.
And he got mad about it. Now he's going to get mad at She-Hulk's trans friend. I got to say, this guy's thing is like he's known for having meltdowns like this over superheroes and comic books. I know that this will cost me subscriptions and viewers. Not like people will leave. I mean, like I won't be able to get as popular as I could be if I like embraced what this fucking weirdo does. But you're not going to catch me giving a fuck enough about a superhero thing or a comic book or a video game that I'm going to lose my fucking mind. But before I'll lose my mind over She-Hulk, because first of all, to do that, I have to admit that I watched She-Hulk, which makes me the biggest fucking mo in the world. So I'm not going to do that to begin with. Yeah, I'm not going to watch She-Hulk. Second of all, to sit there and watch it like I'm in a Clockwork Orange and go, trans friends, I hate it. I take my remote control. I turn it the fuck off. I don't give Disney Plus my attention that day. And guess what's happening to Disney? Because enough people are just going, I'm not going to bitch about this. I'll just not watch it.
They're losing money.
They're losing money and they're laying people off. That's what you do. You don't sit there and watch it and just sit there and punch yourself in the face and go, why does my face hurt? You sit there and you just don't watch it. It doesn't get numbers. People drop their subscriptions, and that's how you change shit. But
people like this guy have channels because the other people empathize with him because they too watch and embrace content that they utterly despise, but they don't just go do something else.
But then we wonder why our culture is becoming mentally ill. It's because of shit like this. We embrace mental illness. We find other people with the same fucking social hang-ups. And we just stick together like glue instead of, again, turning it off and going the fuck outside.
In terms of
nerds becoming popular is one of the worst things that ever happened to society. The world should be dominated by jocks from start to finish. They understand competition and respect. Nerds understand deviousness, treachery, and make-believe. And they need to be fucking shamed and kept in a basement. They should probably be in a camp somewhere, enjoying their hobbies and not being around the rest of us. The world should be run by jocks, but it's not. We let these dorks have a say, and now they yell impotently at She-Hulk.
At the wedding, and the bride's got a nice rack. That's what I got from this episode.
Did that get the episode a point?
No.
No?
No. Because, right, I'll tell you why. Because I have actually thought this out. I'm not even joking. Because Jamila comes on later and, you know, she's got some goods.
Oh, no. Did he have an Aaron moment where he talked about how great her tits were and then found out it's a dude?
Oh,
yes!
boy.
I'm not the only one. Victory is mine.
Yay, there's a subset of guys that are into dudes that look like chicks or chicks that become dudes. I don't know where the line is for you, but wherever it is.
And I'm going to sit here because I was about to say something. I'm going to sit here and draw a fucking line in the sand right now. Mm-hmm. We are not going to move in a direction socially where we go, hey, well, as long as the tits are nice, it's okay to compliment the tits if the person has a dick. Nope. I'm drawing a line in the sand. If you compliment the tits and it's got a dick, you're still gay. The tits are a woman's tits that you compliment. If you compliment the tits on the person with a penis, even if you didn't know they had a penis, you're gay. That's my opinion. That's where I think we should keep society. We should learn by now that the more we move the goalposts, even if it's by an inch, we never stop. Eventually, you're not going to be able to compliment the tits without talking about the dick and going, oh, nice cock on them, too.
And I was just like, oh, do I give it a point for Jamilia's jubblies and the bride's jubblies? And I can't give tit points.
Oh, how
then I'm gonna be just giving tit points throughout the season, and it's gonna have to. No, so I'm like, I'm sorry, breasts, you can't score. You can't score.
Good job.
I know. I thought so. I had to put
Marvel people even managed to make tit talk sound gay.
This point, yeah.
Yeah.
Where is he getting to the part where he discovers how long is this clip? I can't see the time
Veldrain
code
sent us a clip that's about 3 minutes long. It better get to it here because the only reason I'm hanging in here with this is because I think
is for the reveal.
He did the same thing I did.
My foot down, and it was hard. You know, it was a hard decision because she got a nice rack.
Oh no, it is 1 day later. He didn't.
Oh, boy.
Johnny doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday.
And the woman that they actually had playing the girl that was getting married.
Oh, no.
She's actually trans. And I don't know if people.
Is that.
Knew that.
Yeah.
Is the person breaking the news who I think it is?
It's Chrissy, yeah.
So Chrissy's breaking the news to them. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I just thought she was ugly.
Yeah, that's a dude.
I said she had a nice rack.
Hey, the one scene when
Got you.
Wait,
A trap.
So when
trap.
It's a trap. When the two women started arguing and he jumped out of the window, that was the only scene I could identify with.
I identified with that so much.
Series.
Like,
Oh, I think he's actually handling this really well.
Where's the
like he's
freak out
having
part?
a sense
having
of
a good laugh
yeah
about it.
he's having a sense. This redeems this guy in my eyes because the last time we saw him he was freaking out over some fucking video game like he's not a grown man. This scores points for me.
So I think they're setting up the villain to be an incel, and it's probably one of the dudes she dated.
Oh my God! It was so.
That's why she was so obsessed with She-Hulk's actual boobs.
Fucking timeline.
I do too.
Hey, Az, you didn't fucking jerk off to her, did you?
He did. He did.
Thought about it.
All right. I'm just getting flashbacks to the Ace Ventura. You know, Ace Ventura.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no problem with this. I think that's actually really endearing.
No, it's fine. And just the
Attention campers.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
whoa, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I had no problem with that.
Ugh. The jerking off thing and just like, really? We're going there? Of course.
Carlos Cameo with $1 says Minnesota had a guy who basically did the same thing with Krispy Kreme over COVID. Bought it in Iowa. Smuggled it over here and sold it in parking lots. I remember that. And then Krispy Kreme tried to sue that guy. And then people got so mad at Krispy Kreme, they said they were going to boycott, so they let the guy be like a spokesman for Krispy Kreme, and they let him. They paid him.
They gave him a job.
Yeah. I thought that was actually kind of cool. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, Aaron, Nikki Norton, yes or no? No, not for me. Good for Jim Norton, though. He's happy. That's all that matters. But yeah, it's just that's kind of a weird issue I have with some people who get really activist, is that like they believe that like if you're not attracted to them, somehow that makes you bigoted. Like, I'm not attracted to dudes, and I'm not typically attracted to trans people either. It's just, you know, in an age where we're supposed to be respecting everyone's sexuality, I feel like it's usually heterosexuals.
Nobody respects yours when you're just like, that's not my thing.
Yeah, heterosexuals.
You're not out there being like, you can't do it. I don't want anything to do with it. It's not for me.
A hetero opinion is looked at as suspect. But anything else you're into is respected, and we got to treat. And I agree with that. Like, whatever you're attracted to doesn't do anything to me. Like, it doesn't affect me, doesn't impact me at all. But it is a weird thing where you go, you know, oh, yeah, no, I'm just not attracted to trans people. Wow, that's transphobic. No, it's not. It's not guy-phobic that I'm not attracted to dudes either. It's just, it's not my vibe. Zen Man Builds with $1. Says Friday Night Tights, Nerdrotic, and Critical Drinker are usually spot on with their movie reviews and critiques. There was one guy I was watching recently who had a critique of, I think it was Endgame, that was absolute dog shit, but I don't think it was one of those guys. He was just really whingy and went on and on. It was bad. Transman Utah's midsection said, your earlier comment about my core says otherwise.
Indeed.
We're not getting away from that one, are we?
No, dude.
We're not getting away from it. Who sent this one in? This was a $5. Somebody sent it in. Helgi with $5 gave us this one.
Attention campers, lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it. Attention camp.
Okay. Thank you. Was there a comment that came with that? Nope.
I don't know.
It was just that. He just wanted to send in something from the movie Heavyweights. God bless. All right, should we get to this song?
I mean, if you want to, yeah.
Johnny made an AI song, and he made a video to go with the AI
It's going to make
song.
me look like dog shit with the word issues I've been having today. But
well, here we go. I'm going to download it. I haven't even downloaded it yet.
Yeah, that's fine. So if it sucks, it's all his fault because he could have pre-checked this before the show to make sure it was, you know, worth the time and attention. But, oh, this is lame and gay. Well, you know, I told him to give it the once over. Like I
could have, but where's the fun in that? File cannot be virus scanned. What the fuck are you doing?
What the hell? It's a Google Drive file.
Are you trying to fuck with my shit?
Not even a little.
Is that what you're doing? Oh, it looks
Not
like
even a little.
I can just play it from the thing too. Oh no, there it goes. Yeah. Now it's going. Now it's downloading. And there it is. All right.
Or you could play it from the thing. I guess it's several people played it before.
This is because this is Johnny's song. It's 3 minutes and 39 seconds long.
Pull your audio down a little bit because the file ended up being loud just for tweaking everyone. So you might want to have it.
If you want to comment over this, you should turn yours up then a little bit. All right.
All right.
We're gonna listen to this. It's called "In the Arms of the Toe." Now. How do you make an AI song?
This is the whole thing started because someone was showing me how to make an AI song. So I went to a website called Suno and I just started playing. And so you go to Suno and there's a variety of ways you can modify the generator and then it generates a song. So I was goofing around on an afternoon. I sent you the first version of a song.
Yeah.
That I'd come up with. I went in and started really like retooling it and playing with it. And I got the one that we have. And then I just put some video clips to it with the lyrics in letters. And I just called that a video.
SP heard the Hooters Girl segment. Would you like to hear the text?
Yes.
She says, awesome. The Hooters Girl showcasing how you're a red flag reminder. Fucking hell, you're a problem. No, I'm better now. That's what that was illustrating.
Was it, though?
Yeah, I just wrote to her. I go, I'm better now. That's what it meant. Because if I can make jokes about my proclivities for red flags. It means I'm aware of it and I know how to avoid the pitfalls.
Or just that you're aware of it.
In my humble opinion. All right, let's check it out. Johnny's song with video, In the Arms of the Toe. Because this week we are raising money for steel toe derangement syndrome. God, I'm cute. Yes.
Where the shadows collide.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why did you go with like a Sarah McLachlan style?
Because it's going to fit the video clips that we'll be playing in.
Oh, okay. So the video has to go along. It's like Thriller.
Yeah, the video
Okay.
pops are supposed to be, again, to work. They work better with this music theme than they did with the other one.
Deal.
And you see, 'cause your dreams have died.
Oh.
From the depths of the basement, a life cast away.
When you like go out for a couple hours and try to have a good time, it doesn't go right,
Can't afford to
and then you come home to that.
In the arms of the steel toe, the fight never ends. You drown in your sorrow, no contact with friends.
Oh.
In the dark, cold room, where mercy is there. Steel toe deranged, where do you begin?
Female cop.
No, why did you? Now this is mean-spirited.
It's just, it fit the video really well. Like I said, it makes me look like shit for having the auxiliary problem earlier.
So
Did I get it right that time?
So the Sarah McLachlan thing is ironic.
Yeah.
I see now. This is a good illustration of steel toe derangement syndrome, though. These are some good examples.
Gun drawn. Female cop. Gun drawn.
Your sanctuary
And
small,
dog doesn't get it.
knowing there was no sun. A life of seclusion. This battle's
Female
not
cop.
won. With each ticking moment, your thoughts twist and turn. A fire's unburned through the lessons you learn. In the arms of the steel toe, the fight never ends.
I need another clip.
It'll be here in a second.
No contact with friends.
Why is there a black screen?
I turn
I
off
couldn't
all my
grab it.
computers in the house. All the drives are encrypted. And I just bring my phone. 'Cause
Oh, is that the clip where he admits to having access to my Google files?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And we have to take a couple digs at ourselves, otherwise we're being too serious. So that's a thing too.
Like, you can't say, like, I have it encrypted. It's like, that's admitting guilt, stupid.
Yeah, I'll just turn off the computer. All the hard drives are encrypted. Like, okay, that's not a sign at all.
That you're calling me a homosexual. That part I'm totally fine with. Well, see, now that's out of context, too, saying that I'm a homosexual.
Yeah.
And
But
that,
again, it's the whole point that we're making fun of everybody, including ourselves.
A heart beating down by every cruel word. In the embrace of madness.
Female. She showed restraint.
May soon bring relief.
but I can't because I'm gay. No, that was. See,
That was more in response to the words of the, like, in the arms of the air and you might find release. I can't because I'm gay.
That's, well, gays release quite often.
Right.
Eyes echo softly in the midnight's cruel grasp, grasping for lifelines that you cannot clasp.
That rhymes.
From this cavern of
Mr. C.
where reality blends.
Dude, those fucking facial sores need to be diagnosed. That's a fucking, it shouldn't be that dark in there and you can still see face sores.
I would also like to point out, one of the reasons we don't have as many clips is because from getting the sources, this one was one of the harder ones to get, and I spent a lot of time trying to clean up the audio on this to make it brighter.
Oh, he had it that
Clearer
dark
and brighter.
So
I
somebody
spent-
somebody really is sensitive about their face sores.
I sharpened this quite a bit. Like, that's why, like, I sent you a version and then I sent you another version where I tuned it up a bit. And the tuned up version, the one we're playing now, had just the intro, the lyrics on the screen, and then the outro screen with your show title stuff. But other than that, 90% of it was just cleaning up his clips.
I didn't
so
think
they
it
could
was
be visible.
I didn't think it was possible for him to get fatter. He's getting fatter. It's remarkable. And the face sores, it's just the outside is matching the inside. Nasty. Ugh. Trigger warning. Ooh, just a hideous man. Felties.
MRS again. The stuff they're saying. You come home. These clips exist. This is like Marsh all over again. Like, you know, they don't even have, they're not right.
It was funny when he tried to play that off as a work instead of him just being drunk and terrified. Like, that was Steel Toe making him feel big time. That was, it's the thing he's wanted me to do because of him for years, and he's never gotten. And I got it from just exposing what he did. Like, all I did was take his words and his actions and go, here you go. And he was damn near suicidal. Might still be.
Yeah, but I'm not in trouble for having that on my show, right? Like, I can't get in trouble for him saying that on my show, right? I hear a helicopter outside.
Yeah, no, it's not about what someone said on your show. It's about what you possess. Thank you very much for your generosity as we continue to move towards a cure for steel-toe derangement syndrome. Goodbye, everybody. I mean, we have found that there is one cure for steel-toe derangement syndrome, and that is you can just choose to stop having it.
Right?
But that's not always possible for some people. All right, let's see what people thought about Johnny's song and his video.
For the suck tirade.
Let's see. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, "Hey Johnny, say exhilaration."
Exhilaration. But I can't say auxiliary.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, "I can't believe Aaron keeps pausing this masterpiece." Turd Burkler says, "Doc Johnny for this abomination." Now, you had to know that when you made this, the audience we have is never going to tell you did a good job.
They're never going to tell me it's good. No. I didn't want that. That's why I just wanted to get your opinion without the show and everything beforehand, but not going to get that. So, okay then, buddy.
I thought it was fine. You made an AI song and a video. You put a lot of effort into it.
Well, I put a lot of effort into the video. The AI song was mostly just playing.
See,
and the rest of it just kind of came.
Well, like, that's you. You wanted to make a nice show-related song with your AI.
I wanted to fuck around, yeah.
I would have made a country song that was about gay shit. So that's...
It did start out as a country song.
Oh. All right.
That's the one where you said you thought it was touching.
Sam Show says there's no edge. Yeah, I think the Sarah McLachlan thing kind of gave it a gay vibe right at the beginning.
Man, but when has this show ever had a gay vibe?
Never. That's the problem. It was really
solid core in this show. It's got a solid core.
You ain't getting my money says walk slow, edit slower. Oh, that's one of the complaints people have is there was too much black screen.
Yeah, all right. That's fine.
Dive Bar says that was damn awesome, dude.
Well, thank you.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan says I said it was good in all caps. More songs.
I'll make sure next time that we just do all videos next time. But I didn't have enough people freaking out. Most of the people at Spurg Out do it on Reddit. We can't do that with video.
Helgi says, I mean, it's all right, I guess. About as much as we could expect. See, like, from this audience, I consider that a nice compliment.
That's a win.
Fauci's Pangolin says, I have listened too long. I now have ass cancer. Nobody Likes Onions is banned on X with 99 cents. Just puts laughing, crying face emojis. Thank you. People want Johnny to say certain words. You know what? If you Rumble, Rant, or Super Chat, I will take requests and ask Johnny to say certain words. I think that should be at a premium. I don't think Johnny should just be your dancing monkey.
Forced to be a verbal. Well, you just said dancing monkey, so never mind.
Well, by the way, SP with another comment on me saying that I'm better now at being a red flag chaser. She writes, #1 day at a time. I'm glad she understands. You know, it's all about finding a partner that understands.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Getting a text message. Face sores are a sign of untreated diabetes or AIDS. He needs to get them treated. Diabetes, I would believe. Diabetes is probably accurate. And if you're getting sores already with diabetes, you're at an advanced stage. So, I mean, there probably is a lot of inner pain. That's probably why he is the way he is. There's a lot of, like I said, there's definitely parental problems. He was definitely raised probably in a not very good environment. He's probably bullied a lot in school. And then, yeah, health problems, absolutely. All of that will make you an angry guy who's just mad at the world and mad at, ghosts. I mean, really, he just sees demons. Let's go to Approachable.
Oh boy, here we go. What's the first word?
Approachable writes, #1 marriage at a time.
Oh, I thought someone was going to make me say a word. I've been nervous now. Like I got to go through
the first word
gymnastics.
people are asking for, I cannot have you say.
Oh,
I can't.
Well, dude, we tried auxiliary. It still can't. Auxiliary.
Nomo says.
Did I get it?
Nomo says those could be bed sores too from being immobile. It's a possibility for sure. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says Aaron likes a solid core with his cock or a good bulge with his boobs. What an F. Johnny, say the N-word. Johnny, you can call me with it later. And I will let everyone know that you pronounced it properly. If that works. All right, we are into overtime. Thank you guys very much for your generosity today. Who's the best? You're the best. Thank you so much. Such a good boy. Oh, shit. Now the dog's going to run down here. Anytime I do that on the show, Gordy comes just screaming down the steps.
It's treat time.
This is such a good boy. That's the nice thing about SP being here in the morning. Gordy gets let out. I let him out. This is another shitty thing about how fucking cold it is in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
You got to watch your dogs when it's this cold out, especially if they're small dogs, because they'll try to sneak away and shit because they don't want to go outside. I let him out.
Really?
I let him out yesterday before the show, and either he couldn't hold it because he did it near the door where he goes out, or it was just too fucking cold. He never shits before the show's over. Like, I'll let him out before the show starts, and then he'll go back up and sleep until the show's over. But yesterday, yeah, he took a shit right by the door. And then you got to, Chihuahua's shits are solid. Like, they're not runny or anything like that. So you pick them up, but you still got to scrub and disinfect and scrub and clean and disinfect.
Right. It's a dog turd. But
it's a dog turd, you know. You flush the little doggy turd. Chihuahuas have weird shits.
Train him to use the toilet.
Chihuahuas have weird shits, bro. They're just rock hard and, but they're, you can just flush them, which is nice. You can just
Chihuahua
flush
shits,
them.
man. Gets you every time.
Bappa Shab says we're on Gordy number 4 at this point. Oh, all the other Gordys have died. Approachable with $1 says, can Johnny say monogamy?
Monogamy.
You do better than I can.
That's saying it.
I have a song I'd like to perform for everyone too. You had a song today. I have a song.
All right, great. Let's hear it.
Hold on. Let me make sure. Here. All right, ready? I have a song I'd like to sing. Monogamy. 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 Monogamy, 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 nee ma nee ma nee new monogamy, na 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 deep do deep dop deep dop na 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 monogamy. 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 Monogamy, monogamy, monogamy. Don't share with anybody else. Just have one that's enough for you. Monogamy. 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 I liked it.
It's not bad.
I had
Everyone
fun.
likes their creations. I'm fond of mine too.
Let's go to Helgi. Johnny, can you say that word?
Oscillator.
Nice. Nice. Turd Burglar says Johnny's face is the whole chat's thoughts. Sell it with your eyes, motherfucker. Sell it with your eyes.
That's what
I do. This was an edit. If this was an edit, I would have lost my shit, says Sam Show. Well, I mean, it was. I mean, I did a version of the song, right? Are Elon Musk's politics costing Tesla sales? Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's the impressive thing. This is some guy on CNN Business just writing, being like, oh, yeah, this is an own of Elon. His Tesla sales are being hurt because of his politics. To me, that's the impressive part of what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing. These are guys who are billionaires. They don't need this shit. In fact, it only costs them money. Donald Trump is doing this at expense to himself. Elon Musk is doing this at expense to himself. He's going to lose billions, if not tens of billions of dollars doing this.
So is this going to ultimately instill the ruling upper class and make the rest of us live in boxes and eat bugs?
No, I believe that's George Soros.
Oh.
Yeah. I believe George Soros wants to. But it's just like, they're like, oh, you know what? Here's how we'll get Elon. We'll tell everyone he's going to lose money. Yeah, I think Elon knew he was going to lose money when he took this gig. He knew that it was going to be.
He's been steadily losing interest because a lot of his sales and support came from the left that are like Green New Deal and different energy sources and alternatives. And so at first it was like Tesla, yeah, electric cars. And he's been slowly being more and more conservative. And it's gotten to the point now where people who use Twitter and people who drive Teslas don't agree with the guy that owns them.
Well, yeah, he's and also, I mean, do you have to agree with someone to buy their products?
No,
I mean,
but people are that fucking petty. So they're not going to go buy a Tesla because even though they've wanted one for however many years and they've saved up for it, well, now he works with Trump and Doge. That guy.
I mean, do people who were left-leaning back in the 20s and 30s, did they know Henry Ford's politics? Because Henry Ford was almost a Nazi.
Well, here's the weird thing. Back then, a lot of people kind of kept politics to one place and the rest of their life to another.
Yeah.
You can argue whether that was good or bad.
So this idea that people are like, oh, Elon's running a grift on the American people. No, a grift is where you fake some shit so you make some money. This guy's doing something real and he's going to lose money.
Yeah, but he's going to make it in other places too.
Maybe.
I'm telling you, man, he wants that NASA access to get his ass to Mars.
Yeah, that's true.
Or at least to develop the technology to phone home.
And the other thing is that a lot of people, a lot of Elon's wealth came from government contracts, came from government grants and shit like that. Oh, this is so satisfying. I love when this happens.
What?
When the screw comes loose enough that you can tighten it again.
You could just lock it down so it's not an issue.
It doesn't work for me, brother.
I'm sorry.
To quote the illustrious Hulk Hogan, that doesn't work for me, brother. There, that's good enough. Loaded wrench with $2. Johnny, can you say that word?
Troy.
There you go. There you go. Dive Bar has one for you for $1.
Supercalifragilistic
Try again. Try again.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
There we go. Attaboy. You nailed it.
They'll never get it.
I mean, that's the weird thing about a lot of this stuff, and we talk about it a lot. Elon hasn't changed. The world around him changed, and now people look at him different because he's helping Trump. But I think guys like Elon see what they're doing now as a public service, and if they lose a little bit of money, they lose a little bit of money. But we're operating under the impression that he's losing money. Let's see what the stock price has done since, what, November, should we say?
Yeah, I'd say November would be a pretty good time.
Here we go. This is the last 6 months. So this is August. And this is after he endorsed Trump, right?
I don't know when he endorsed Trump, but yeah,
Trump got shot. Trump got shot at in July, and Elon was already on his side back then, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Okay, so he's already had endorsed Trump here. And right here is the election. Oh, boy. I don't think he lost any money endorsing Trump, brother. We were at 251 the day of the election. We're at 356 right now for Tesla stock. So I don't think this cost him a damn thing. What's the market? Oh, my God. Tesla is worth $1.12 trillion. That's a fucking company.
Which is
right
weird
there,
because back when he started it, I was one of the people saying that it wouldn't last and he was going to go like belly up, and they had trouble filling orders and all those problems in the get-go in the beginning.
Well, the government threw a lot of money at him. He got a lot of our taxpayer dollars. That pumped him up big time. He's a little bit of a product of being a welfare baby in terms of corporate welfare.
I need to get that motherfucking welfare. Jesus.
Here's Apple. Apple's market cap makes Tesla look gay. $3.68 trillion. Largest market caps. Companies ranked by market cap. Who do you think? Oh, Apple's number one.
All right, then.
You want to take a get? You want to see how many of the top 10 you can get? You don't have to go in order.
All right, so
top 10 market cap in the world. Okay, Apple's one.
Apple. AMD.
Or
no, am I thinking of shit?
I'm not.
No, I'm thinking of NVIDIA, not AMD.
NVIDIA's number two. Good job.
All right, yeah.
NVIDIA's number two market cap.
I'm going to say Sony somewhere in there.
Sony is not in there. Is Sony its own company or is Sony owned by somebody?
Well, Sony, I think, is its own company.
I don't see Sony anywhere. I'm down to number 40.
All right, so
I don't see Sony in there. All right. But you got Apple and NVIDIA in order,
Apple,
too.
NVIDIA. So, well, yeah, but that's just because I know NVIDIA cards and NVIDIA is primed to go up. Fuck, I gotta say Google's obviously got to be in there. Then.
Alphabet, yep, Alphabet's up there in the top 10. You got 3 of the top 10. Meta's number 6. Yep, very good.
Fuck, that's all I got. I can't think of anyone.
All right, think computer software.
Microsoft.
Microsoft is number 3. Think how a lot of people do their shopping now.
Well, that's Amazon and eBay.
Yep, there you go. Amazon. Number 4.
So, yeah, I forget.
Those oil-loving bastards in the Middle East.
Fuck.
Just say the country.
Oh, Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Aramco is number 7. Then, of course, we already talked about this one. This was the one that brought up the conversation.
Apple, I thought you said.
No, Tesla.
Tesla. Oh,
Tesla's number 8. Something called Broadcom is number 9. I'm guessing that's a broadband communications company, Broadcom. I sussed that out myself. Oh, no, it's a semiconductor company in San Jose is Broadcom. They've got the 9th largest market cap, and TCMC is just ahead of Berkshire Hathaway and Walmart. That's the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company. That's the only reason that we're defending Taiwan from China is the semiconductors. That's it. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, how about the hippies' favorite car? Johnny, can you say that?
The Volkswagen.
Volkswagen. However you want to say it. I feel like as somebody of German descent,
you got to put the oomph in there.
I should probably try to talk as German as possible. There you go, guys. There's that's the top 10 market cap. Coca-Cola is in the top 40. Not bad for a soft drink, right? Let's go to, hey, Turd Burglar, I have a retirement plan. How dare you? How dare you, Turd Burglar? Your presumptions, when you assume you make an asshole out yourself. Let's play this clip from 60 Minutes. Johnny, a lot of people were really happy when we discovered all this fraud and waste and abuse in USA. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? You remember when you were getting rid of waste and stuff with in Doge. Yes, I remember.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. You know, that SNL 50th anniversary thing did kind of make me sad that like Norm's gone and Farley's gone.
Right.
You know, because both of them were so goddamn fun. Like, imagine
Chris Kattan's still here.
Fuck. But imagine the possibilities. Like they had guys redoing, for that 50th anniversary special. Of course, we can't play any of it here. YouTube will strike you. But there were so many characters you could have done. I mean, you got Matt Foley could have been there. You could have had the That's Awesome interview with literally anybody. You could have brought anyone up there. Seinfeld. I think Farley with Seinfeld might have been awesome. That might have been great. Maybe Farrell playing a straight man to Chris Farley. We never got to see that.
That would have been interesting.
Farley being the fuck up and Farrell being the straight man. Also, I didn't watch the whole thing, but it would have been nice to see some of Eddie Murphy's classics. You know, he did a good Tracy Morgan, but like Buckwheat and Gumby.
Yeah.
Dude, that fucking sketch where he's Gumby to Michael Che and Colin Jost is one of the funniest fucking things I've seen on Saturday Night Live in decades. Where he's up there and he's just like, he's up there in the fucking Gumby suit and he goes, "Shut up, Che, you black bastard." Eddie Murphy, don't you say that name in front of me. I saved this show when it was in the gutter. When I found Eddie Murphy, he was just a regular coon boy. And then he's like, "You know why you two are sitting behind the desk? Because your jokes don't have legs, you schmucks." And it's just, I would have loved to see a little Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood.
Right.
Nick whatever, the lounge singer. Like some of that older shit. Did we get a Wayne's World on that 50th anniversary? I feel like I would have saw it if we got a Wayne's World.
I don't think we did, but then I don't know how much were they both back for that?
I think I saw Carvey. God damn, now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw Mike Myers.
Yeah, I don't know.
I saw Paul Schaefer was there. It was kind of cool to see Paul Schaefer. I forgot, but Paul Schaefer in the early days was the band leader.
Yep.
Because Letterman was on NBC, so they're just like, have Schaefer bring his band over to SNL, and the world's most dangerous band will be the SNL band. All right. Anyway, 60 Minutes ran a piece this weekend about all of these USAID firings. And, dude, you talk about the media being in a bubble where they just are not checking the temperature of the American people. They had USAID employees that had lost their jobs because of our cuts to USAID and tried to make them the sympathetic victims in all this.
Did they look at the housing values that those people are living in?
Did you see, speaking of housing values, did you see what's happening to housing prices in Washington, D.C. right now?
Oh, boy, are they going down.
They are falling off a
everybody's
fucking
selling.
cliff. Everybody's selling their house. They're getting laid off. They're getting fired. A lot of these attorneys and prosecutors are quitting their jobs because they're worried about what Trump's going to do. They are selling their houses and apartments and ski-daddling the fuck out of there. And real estate prices are plummeting in D.C. because, a lot of people don't know this. Outside of federal government workers, Washington,
Nobody
D.C.
can afford to fucking live there.
Well, it's a cesspool. It's a shithole. Outside of the places where all the federal workers live, D.C. is just one big fucking ghetto.
Right, because all the nice places are the expensive ones that the government workers have. Everybody else can't afford to live there, so they're in, again, the Section 8 housing and the ghetto.
There would have been, there's not a lot, or would have been, there's not a lot of difference between our government and, say, like the Chinese Communist Party or the old Soviet Union. Like the bureaucrats and the politicians, they get taken care of, and everyone else around. D.C. is a great microcosm for communist rule. Because in the rich areas, in the beautiful homes and beautiful apartments, you have all the bureaucrats, all the members of the ruling class, all the party. And around them, piss and shit and poverty. D.C. is a great microcosm for what happens when your government gets way too big. Before we get to this clip, people have a couple of good ideas on the SNL thing. Would have been nice to have a dance-off with Swayze and Farley. Yeah, both. Oh, that's right. Both of them are gone.
They're both gone.
Oh, I have a fun little piece of trivia. Steve Martin was giving a little monologue, and he said, it is crazy to think that there are two of us, because he was talking about the SNL hosting club, And he goes, and to think only 2 of us have probably murdered somebody. Do you know? Can you name the 2? One will be
OJ?
easy. One will be the easiest one. The second will be tough.
Let's say OJ or Bill Clinton.
OJ's one. Yep. Second one's going to be tough because he was before our time. I'll give you a hint. Maybe you know the story. Shot at left his gun at the restaurant. Had to go back.
I don't even know.
Robert Blake.
Robert Blake?
The guy who played Beretta.
Oh.
Yeah. He hosted SNL back in the 70s. And so 2 of them. 2 SNL. And that's not bad because I think Steve Martin said there's been like 900 SNL hosts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got a group of 900 people together at random anytime and only 2 have killed people? That ain't bad.
Right? That's a pretty low percentage.
Yeah, that's what?
Well, the key factor here, Aaron, is that we know about. How many bodies do we have yet to find?
That's a good point. That's fair. So let's go to this interview between 60 Minutes and 2 U.S. aid workers who, these poor people who were doing the devil's business. I mean, we should feel bad for them.
People are really scared. I think that, 12 days ago, people knew where their next paycheck was coming from. They knew how they were going to pay for their kids' daycare, their medical bills, and then all gone overnight.
All gone overnight for Christina Dry and Adam Dubard.
Wow, these poor government welfare recipients now have to find out how the other half has been, or how the other side's been living literally the entire last 5 years.
Yeah. Most of us aren't sure how we're going to cover all our bills or how we're going to get it all done or if our jobs are going to be there tomorrow. Plenty of people are worried about, or if not already know, that they're going to get laid off in the future and they don't know what they're going to do about that. I don't have job security. I don't have it. All I have is the hope that the assistances I have and the money I make on the internet is going to be enough. But at any point, and I haven't, people are like, aren't you worried with all this stuff getting shut down that they'll come after your disability and stuff? Like, motherfucker, I've been worried about that long before Trump got in office. The thing's a house of cards. It can't last forever.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're one of the people who legit, you go case by case needs. I don't think I wouldn't be worried if I were you that they were going to take that away.
I'm not worried that they're going to take it away, like the Trump administration specifically. But for a long time, I've had the sense that no. Just believing that this is always going to be there for you is a really bad idea because it isn't.
The idea that these 2 have basically been doing the devil's bidding and these little Eichmanns can just compartmentalize all of it and go, well, I'm just working for the organization doing evil. That doesn't make me evil. I don't feel sorry for you. Your job was created from my tax dollars for you to do shit that makes me less safe. So I don't feel bad. It also enriches the lives of foreign people while hurting the American people. So no, I'm sorry. You can go into the private sector and you can get a job.
Fired this month in the chaotic shutdown of foreign aid distributed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. More than 8,000 USAID employees were sent home by the administration.
You know why? Because we found out your job was distributing condoms in Gaza.
Yeah, that's a lot of condoms you've got there. I love how they show look, they're out there just distributing food to the poor. We're just doing what we can to help the world. Do we want to talk about how much the lady who got laid off was getting paid and what she did?
Yeah, do we want to discuss that? And then also, this is also the group that gave Ben Stiller $8 million to go hug Voldemort Zelensky.
Well, Vladimir Zelensky?
No,
Voldemort.
Voldemort Zelensky.
But you can't say his name out loud or he will be summoned.
Oh, shit, that's right. Beetlejuice. Fuck!
They're not looking for competency. They're not looking for if you're good at your job. They're looking for pure loyalty tests. And if you don't give it, you will be punished.
And
Weird. The guy who you guys tried to throw in prison at every turn might be a little paranoid. Strange.
And I also don't believe they're looking for complete loyalty tests. Again, I feel like they are vastly looking for competency and both. And this one's a big one because you guys didn't have it ever. Purpose. Just because you're there and you show up every day doesn't mean we need you there. Again, we don't need to be spending all this money.
Well, and also, I think they're just burning it down in general. I don't think they're looking for loyalty in USAID. I think they're finding all this ridiculous amount of money we were spending on horse shit, and they're going, no, everybody's got to go. We're shutting this down. They're not like, oh, you were giving condoms to people in Gaza, but you like Trump. You can stick around. No, it's not the case. They don't know you existed. They just fired you because they're getting rid of the program.
They had to leave the building. And these are folks who had decades and decades of public service serving USAID across administrations from...
Yeah, you were...
And that's the problem. You were serving yourselves when you did that. You weren't serving the people.
You weren't serving us. I am a United States Senator. Exactly.
You know, George Bush to Obama to the first Trump administration. And they were never able to walk back in the building again.
There was no process. No one explained to them why they were being relieved.
To my knowledge, they received an email, and then if they didn't leave the building, they were escorted out of the building.
I love how he asks, so there was no instruction or anything, and the woman's like, they were sent an email.
They received an email?
Yeah, so yes, they were instructed. They were told.
They were instructed.
Watching the media, I'll give them credit for this. Watching these guys try to create sympathy for these fucking mooches is... You know what? It's a valiant effort.
It's working, though, is the sad part. Not on everybody, but at some people.
Monica, I don't even know how to say this word. Say pneumonultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconium. Would you like to take a hard pass on that one?
Yeah, I need a spelling on the screen.
Sam Show says they did this poor us thing, but nobody fucking cared. Yeah, everybody laughed at it.
Not everybody, unfortunately, like I said.
Oh, some people were like...
I've heard people out and about in the world literally saying, like, and these poor people, these poor government workers that are without a job.
Oh, man.
I'm not saying it's a significant group. I'm saying that those people exist.
Yeah, Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I hope they get denied food stamps. Guys, I'm putting the link to the Steel Toe merch store up in the chat, in both chats. Go ahead and check it out. We do have the new Another Win for the Toe t-shirt and long sleeve. If you'd like one of those, go check it out. tinyurl.com/STMS merch. Go check it out and grab yourself something from there. Thank you, Johnny. This had to be one of the smoothiest.
Smoothiest?
I'm hungry. I can't help it. One of the smoothest, nicest shows around. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. You're so nice. Johnny, you are on at 2 o'clock today?
No, I'm on at 1 now, but yes.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. That's going to take me a while to get used to.
It's all good.
And then, now, what do you want to do? Because yesterday you had the daddy day off. Do you want to
I can show up tomorrow if you'd like.
Do you want to do tomorrow or do you want to do Thursday? Because I know you got the big Wednesday show with Digger. Which one works better for you?
We'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow
Okay.
will be fine.
Johnny will be back tomorrow morning. I'll be back at 7 o'clock. Johnny will be live at 1 on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Everyone else, have a great rest of your day, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon.